big boy. I usually feed Blue at 5:30, but since we were so close, I just fed him now. And after Blue eats, he usually comes up here and screams, so he was just singing in the background a little bit. Thought I'd give him a hug before I get started. Hey Callie, what's up? Oh wow, all this fur just like flew off my hand. Ugh. Say hello to everybody. Oh, good boy. You're a good boy, sweetheart. Yeah, so that's Mr. Baloo. You ready for me to get playing a little bit? Is that okay? There you go. So he might be singing in the back just a little bit at the beginning of stream here. But hi! How is everybody doing? So I guess to address the elephant in the room, the Baloo in the room. No offense, Baloo. I'm 2 hours late today. Uh-oh. Oh no. I'm very sorry about that. I realized that I had put off some basic human care things that I should take care of. Like a shower. That was pretty good. And I also went for a run. I ran 2 miles today, no breaks, which I was quite pleased with. I usually do a little over 3 miles with a walking break. So I was excited about that. And golly, exercise, y'all. It really does help. Oh my gosh, those chemicals released in my brain. Very helpful. And then I just, did the dishes, I did the laundry, I treated myself and I ordered out, and it was great. I feel well rested and ready to go for today. It definitely wasn't a secret last stream that I was struggling a little bit. I was a little bit stressed. And it was because I was using Ableton for the very first time. And admittedly, I think most of those emotions came from a build-up where I'd been practicing Ableton for like 2.5 months now, and then it still didn't go how I wanted it to. So I was just feeling really defeated and upset and embarrassed, and I'm not very good at hiding when I'm not feeling good, so I hope I didn't bring anybody down last stream. But afterwards, I took a break. Sessions with Sir Ba! Hey! We had a big ol' raid! Thank you so much! I literally just prested, good job, Joe. Start streaming. I just started streaming is what I'm trying to tell you, very eloquently. Could I play you something, please? Just let me or Ahmad know, and I guess I'll finish my thoughts after a little bit of playing to introduce myself to the new folks. So let's do some improv over the Polybridge soundtrack, which you're hearing on right now. of thought it would keep going. Bummer. That's okay though. But to, I guess, finish where I left off from, and again, for anyone new, I was just being honest about how I feel my first stream went with Ableton. In reflection, I think it was okay. I was just really on edge. But I took a break after stream yesterday, and I cried a little bit, but I feel better now. So I did that, got that out of my system, and had a beer. And then I came back up here, and I decided what the primary issues were that were upsetting me, and dove into trying to fix it. And I'm happy to say that I fixed 2 things already. Oh, I haven't seen the number yet. This is very exciting because you're making me aware. It's pretty nice. Doc Brown, thank you so much for $12 to make a beautiful... Oh, it's gorgeous, isn't it? So simple, yet so bold. Thank you. In all seriousness, like, truly, thank you very much. And please let me know if I could play you something, Doc. I think I can open up the song list in regards of loops a bit more today. There's a few I'm not going to be able to do, including Paranoid Android. I still need to pre-record. Actually, you know what? I could just plug the looper in. The whole song list is open. Whatever. I may or may not have moved the harp. I think actually maybe Frank had something to do with it. No, but I decided to put it away because I'm not prepared to play it live on stream yet. I've mentioned before with you guys, but I found that I put too much on myself trying to learn harp and Ableton. So I'm putting everything I got into Ableton, and when I feel like I've gotten it somewhat under control, then I'm gonna bring my harp practice back. But it just seemed like I was taunting everybody by just having it right in the back, you know? Let's see, making sure I'm caught up on everything. For TMK, I just got really sad because I was struggling yesterday to use Ableton for the first time. There was a lot of mistakes, a lot of stop and go, and I was just feeling really defeated, especially after having prepped for over 2 months. It was like, damn it. Like, gosh, and it's still rough. But the things that I fixed, maybe I should test them before we'll see. I figured out how to make sure only I can hear the metronome and you don't hear the metronome. This was very important, and I'm thrilled about that. It's gonna help me map everything out much better and allow me to take my time a bit more and not leave as much things up to chance. So that is fantastic. The other thing I figured out was with Ableton, in other DAWs I've used in the past, like Logic is my primary DAW that I will record music on. The microphone, you can adjust to a point where it doesn't pick you up if you are not actively about to record, whether that means that the track is armed or recording in process. I couldn't get Ableton to turn off this microphone, so when I tried to sing, there was almost like a phaser effect happening between the channel that I do use to sing. So it was also affecting how I sang yesterday. I fixed that. I found a temporary fix. I have really dry hands. I also went for a run outside today and it was really cold, so my hands just got kind of irritated by the cold, honestly. They work though. See? Are you impressed? Oh, doing this watching and the camera is really hard. Ooh. There was no way for me to make this mic not pick me up while the loop was playing so you could hear it. Trust me, I literally tried everything. I've been on every Reddit thread. I've been on so many chat boards or whatever. I've tried really hard. I did find a temporary solution. And I also figured out how to have my piano plugged in and have you still be able to hear me talk. I do have to switch it when I record with this in Ableton though, but that's a quick fix. So, those are all the things I was able to figure out last night, and I'm pretty proud of that. The only thing that I've still reached a dead end, and again, if you have suggestions, I'm open to hearing it, but I have seen probably every YouTube video on this, and I haven't found a clean answer about recording strings back to back to back. I think there is a way. There has to be a way. Because Ableton is a program, and I tell the program what to do. It looks like I might have to make my own macro command and associate that with one of the MIDI keys, MIDI pedals that I have down here. It's gonna take a long time. But I did find one way around it that's not perfect. That being said, when I saw that in one day I not only was able to technically perform with it, but I also fixed some issues. It took me around 4 hours to fix everything last night. So, I'm more optimistic about it. And as much as it scares me figuring out with people watching, I know it's not, this sounds so cheesy, but it's not just like people watching. It's you guys who have been on my journey and watched me figure out a lot of things live that I didn't know how to do and I was scared to do, like guitar and singing and piano and looping to begin with. So, some people were suggesting I just don't stream it until I'm ready, but it just doesn't seem like what this channel really was built on, and a lot of what I do here is be vulnerable and show you the process and how hard it is sometimes, or when I have victories and I celebrate with you. It kind of makes more sense to me that way because I've only been able to buy this equipment because of you guys. I never would have been able to buy. Ableton itself was like $800 and the APC was like $300 and the pedals and all this stuff is because of you guys. So it makes sense to me to also have you along on me learning it and doing it. I hope I sound sincere and not like some suck-up dummy loser, but these are just all the thoughts I have. I tend to be a little bit sappy. But that being said, I'm still going to try and use Ableton today. I think ideally the setup is going to be for the future that I have both my looper and my Ableton available. Because the looper can do things much faster than Ableton can do. But there's some things like mixing and overall sound quality that Ableton is far superior for. But I don't want to bring back the looper until I give my best go at Ableton for definitely at least this week. So those are all my thoughts. Sorry to talk your ear off. I know you probably just want me to get to playing. I shouldn't say that. No one said that. I'm putting words in people's mouths. So let's just play some music. I'm excited. Kobe, thank you for a gift sub. Thank you so much, Kobe. I did that too once before. You've been a huge support, and I just really appreciate you. For sessions with Sir Ba, I will admit there was a part of me that was very stubborn about reaching out to other people for help at first, because I just wanted to know that I sincerely did my best to figure it out on my own first. Like, I didn't want to just go to people and be like, this is scary and doesn't make sense. I wanted to be like, yo, okay, I understand a large part of it now, but my one specific thing I'm trying to figure out is how, when I trigger one clip to stop recording, I can get the next one to automatically start. That way, I can stream violin layers back to back. That is my primary goal. I found one little way around it, but it's very risky and needs a lot of choreography from my part. Just with like step, push, move. But I'm ready to go today. I know I'm more prepared than yesterday. I learned a few things. And I also figured out how to get percussion on here. Honestly, I just need to sit down. Because I can't use the pedals while stomping on the loop pedal. So, that's that. Let's do a little bit more improv, and then I'm just gonna get to playing some stuff, but we have an empty queue at this point, so sessions with Serba or Doc. If there's something I could play for either of you, let me know, since Doc, you donated, and Sessions, you rated. Just let me know. Okay, let's do a bit more improv, and then I'm gonna play some Final Fantasy stuff. I can totally do a Subterranean Homesick Alien. I practiced that one today, so I actually feel pretty good about that one. But first, if it's okay, random dance break, what am I doing? First things first, I'm gonna do just a couple violin playing songs, if that's okay, to help me warm up a little bit. Let's see here. I am not a dancer. I also saw for Jose that you asked for like kind of chill study music. I can totally do that for you. I think a lot of my music is kind of more laid back and relaxing. I hope. Maybe. I don't know. I do burp a fair amount, so that might interrupt the chill, relaxing time. With a Head on Our Way. This is one that like wasn't a favorite of mine until more recently. One of our friends of the channel, Will Fox, whenever he raids, wants Final Fantasy VII. And so I would pick Final Fantasy VIIs that I have in my book here. And when I listened to the new rendition from the remake of Final Fantasy VII of this song, A Head on Our Way, I just fell in love with it. I thought it was so beautiful. It has like this cool, almost like deserty percussion underneath with full romantic strings. It's just really pretty. Also, I didn't thank you guys for the follows. Sorry. Thank you so much. Oh no, where is it? Oh, we're fine. Cool. Don't worry about it. Groove Bite, thank you for the follow if you're still here, as well as the Jazzy Sparrow. And thank you, Cram and Michael, for the follows. Yeah. Oh, also Cobe, if you want a song. I don't think I said that. I said that, Doc and Sir Bach could have requests, but if you want a primary request as well, just let me know. I was feeling, when I shower, my hair is extra floofy, so I feel like my Aerith bangs were really in charge, so that's why I got the bow on today. I was like, this is definitely the time to do it. Ooh, two things at the same time. Not smooth, Joe. Fix it. Oh, that felt really nice. I was kind of shy in the first two songs today, but I feel that one made me feel a bit better. Also for Hail Slatin, you were so sweet. Robin, welcome. It's good to see you. How are you? I should try and do a Dragon Roost today with the Ableton. Feeling a little more gutsy today. For Mochekye, thank you so much for the follow. Don't they say that in some tattoo song? Is that Russian? T-Quake, thank you for the follow. And Michael and Mel I Am, thank you for the host as well. I did my vocal warm-ups as well, as you can see. Let's see here. How about I do 2 more, and then we'll do our first loop with Ableton today. Or can do it. Well, I almost forgot it, Robin, the last time you resubbed. And it was like it was right at the front of my head. I caught it right in time, but now I can't forget. I know that's your favorite one. Hail Slatin, thank you for a sub. Thank you. I know that you're a newer follower. Did you follow like last week, I think, maybe? I'm sorry if I'm remembering that wrong. For Hedges, I will admit that was one of the purposes why I wore it today. Whenever I wash my hair, it gets really fluffy, and so the bangs are very earthy today, so I thought I would accentuate it with a little bow. I've been looking at cosplay websites. I think I might have narrowed it down to which will be the Aerith cosplay. Of course, if we hit the goal, but oh my gosh, we are well on our way. Holy guacamole, that's wild. But I was also looking at my used clothes apps to see if I could put together my own Aerith cosplay. The jacket is just very specific. It's like a leather short sleeve one with belts on it. And I might be able to like put it together myself, but I think the jacket would look like poop if I do it. I could do the dress and the bow and the necklace and the boots just fine, but anyway. Talstead, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you very much. And Jove, thank you for the host. How are you, Jove? It's good to see you, of course, as always. It wasn't great. For Jove, I'm feeling a lot better today. I know yesterday I was a bit fragile on stream. I was struggling with Ableton, and as you know, I'm not very good at hiding how I feel. So when I felt like I was doing a bad job, I was just panicking. Spenny, thank you for 500 bits. That's super generous. Thank you very much. And that does give you a priority request if there's something you'd like to hear, as well as Hail Slatin, who just donated $25. Thank you. I'm so happy I found your stream. You have such a lovely energy and are so talented. I used to play violin, and you play it so beautifully. It makes me cry a little. Thank you so much for Hail Slatin. Thank you. My classical is like probably a little more on the like. How do I say this? I'm more of an improv player. I've gotten most of my violin experience playing in rock bands and folk and country. I have done a bit of classical, but it's not my strong suit. But I do play a bit of it, and I really enjoy it, but I wouldn't say I'm off to join the symphony anytime soon. I feel like they'd think I'm too much of like a like a mutt or something. They're like, you get out of here, you street player. Next up, I'm gonna do Aerith's theme. Kind of dressed like her today, might as well. I shouldn't say dressed as, just the hair. Pencils, I also saw you popping in. How are you? Pencils gave me some really good feedback on Ableton that helped me figure out some things. Oh! I forgot I want to light a candle today. It's evening now. You and Mamselle? Tell her I say hello. If she's watching. I don't know. You see what I'm trying to say. Jove, thank you for 100 bits. And kicking off a hype train. Thank you very much. Robin, thank you for gifting a sub. Thank you. I already told you I was gonna be doing Dragon Roost, so I hope I didn't make you feel like you had to do that or nothing. Aerith's theme. I had a couple silly mistakes in there. I'm getting a little confident that I am having most of these memorized, but there's still little tiny spots occasionally. That felt really good though. My vibrato feels nice and relaxed today. Vibrato is when I move my hand back and forth to make the note go slightly higher and lower. For anyone who doesn't know, I think most of you guys do, but just in case, Feels nice and relaxed. My knuckles don't feel locked or anything. I thought after I went for a run out in the cold today, they might need a second to warm up. I should just run with gloves. Fonzie, thank you so much for $25. Thank you so much. You have been incredibly generous over the past like 2 weeks. Thank you. As well as for 1,500 bits. Thank you so much. Spenny for 1,000 bits on top of the 500 you gave earlier. My Lilich for 500 bits. All of you guys that I just named get priority requests. If that's something that you'd like, just let me know. Miguel, thank you. I was saying my bangs felt very earthy today, so I thought I'd put the look together a little bit. Thank you guys so much. Welcome for Hedges Corner, by the way. Leo, welcome. Craven, Cathedora. Let's see, Mamzelle. I want to make sure I say hello. I didn't really do a lot of that when I started today. Pencils, Hoagie Man, Robin, of course. Robin, was there a different one that you wanted instead of Dragon Roost today? Just let me know. For Mayflower, I kind of scour the internet for the tracks. Most of mine are from the game itself, but I also will reach out to remixers and pianists and guitar players if I like what they're doing. And I'm like, hey, would you mind if I played over it on my stream? And all of them have been super nice and supportive. So honestly, if you find something you want to play over, oftentimes if you just ask the person who did it, like, they're really nice. It was a little nerve-wracking at first, I won't lie, but I think it's worth it if you're thinking about it. I also had another person ask in the beginning of stream, hey Dodgeball, what's up? It's good to see you. And Philip, welcome. Music's going well today so far. I'm enjoying myself. Oh, what else was I gonna say? I always get so ahead of myself. Oh, I remember. I have to burp. It's too early for me to open my mouth for the disgusting loud ones. Jan Bon Jovi, thank you for the follow, by the way. Someone was asking about my VODs. You were like, oh, like, please put your VODs up on here. And trust me, I wish I could. I want to. But in order for me to comply with the DMCA rules, I can play covers live, but I can't have recorded footage of it on Twitch. So for that reason, I can't put my VODs up on here. But I did put the videos all up since like last April on a YouTube channel where I update all the vlogs, VODs. And I'm planning on experimenting with content over there as well. I have my YouTube channel where I put like polished covers that I film and record and edit. And then the VODs are on Joe Plays Violin. And I'm almost caught up. I'm always going to keep the VOD channel probably a week ahead. Just to have, you know, further encouragement to see the stream live. You know what I mean? But I got a little behind, but I'm almost caught back up. I'm really close. Okay. I think that was all the points I wanted to hit there. Next up, let's do a Final Fantasy X piece. I would like to do Yuna's Decision. It's really pretty. And I should cut myself off from this after probably 30 more minutes, or else I'll have trouble sleeping. Oh, for Philip, I'd really appreciate it. I don't have the beefiest YouTube channel yet, but I'm working on it. Up there, I have videos of me doing a couple video game covers. One's with me dressed as Renoa. It's my first cosplay, doing a cover of Breezy with a violin duet embedded into it that I wrote. I did like a Mario theme. I've done loop singing covers as well on there. And it's a very high priority for me to really add to it this year. Ableton's going to help me a lot with that because I can save a lot of my performances that I do live. All right, let's do Yuna's Decision, a very underrated song in the Final Fantasy X soundtrack. It's so pretty.
Here we go.
Oh my god. Thank you so much for the dodo. Thank you so much. Okay. love that song so much. Thank you again, Dodo. So much. So much. Thank you. Really. It's because of stuff like that where I get to keep this as my primary joy and job. And I love that I said joy before job. I feel, for real, you guys, I just feel insanely lucky to get to do this every week. I love it so much. Thank you. Will, welcome. I brought you up earlier. I started off today with a head on our way. And I was like, oh, I played this for Will one time after a raid. And then I realized I love it so much. Paul, thank you for $20 for donation. Thank you so much, Paul. And for Forever Tan, thank you for a $5 donation. Thank you very much. I have not done Mr. Tillman today yet. And I can do it. I love that song. Excuse me. Lost Peanut, thank you for the follow as well as Tedisimus. And for Cyan Bakshi, thank you very much. For everyone I just named for like donations and stuff, you all get primary requests. You included, obviously, for Dodo if there's something you'd like to hear. You said you preferred me call you that, right? I feel like mean saying it. I feel like I'm calling you something bad. But if it's what you want, I will call you what you want. Okay. Sorry. I know I asked that before. I just want to be nice. I'm honestly feeling much better after the run. For a while there, I got into a really good habit of running three to four times a week. And, you know, with travel and the holidays and snow, I haven't been running as much lately, but it was one of the reasons I was late today. I was like, I feel like I'll feel a lot better if I get back into this. During the run, I was having a really hard time. It was really hard today. My chest was like burning, but it was super worth it. After a shower, I felt a lot better. And I just did a lot of self-care things to help me feel better today. And it really worked. I ordered some nice food. I didn't cook today. Well, I did like breakfast and stuff, but then I ordered. And my sister got me this like big pack of self-care stuff where it's like literally just, it says lotion and then like a part of the body. And there's like 30 freaking lotions, but I used them today and it was nice. It's a lot of lotion though. There was neck lotion, eye lotion, face lotion, hand lotion. And I was just reading them and going through all of them. And I'm like, I mean, this is nice, I guess, but oh my goodness, this is a lot of directions here I have to follow. After a run when it's out in the cold air, it does feel really great. Neck lotion. I think, you know, it's definitely marketing towards women, trying to scare them, being like, you're getting older, so you need every kind of wrinkle cream. And there's like 1,000. So I think that's what that's about. No, it says it's supposed to like tighten your neck. I don't know if my neck is jowly. It probably will be because aging at some day, but maybe not if I keep using my neck cream. The bottle's like this big, so we'll see. I guess I'd have to buy it again. But it's nice. I feel like I do have problems with dry skin, so it was nice just kind of taking care. My hands are still angry, as you can see, but thank you, Hajim Karokage, for the follow. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. I feel like I said that wrong. Okay, you guys, without further ado, I'm going to jump into my first loop today. I'm hyping myself up because learning Ableton's been really hard for me. But I can do this. It's okay. Okay. Opening up Ableton. Jerry, thank you so much. Oh, join. Oh, okay. I got a notification on Twitch that looked like I was in trouble for a second. I was like, what'd I do? Boss on the Higgs, thank you for the follow. And Jerry, thank you for a resub. Thank you so much. It does give you a priority request if there's something you'd like to hear. If not, that's totally fine too. Just thought I would throw it out there if it's something you would enjoy. Okay, Joe. I did stream yesterday on Ableton, and then I worked probably 4 more hours on it that night because I wanted to learn from the mistakes I made the first time. This is only my second time doing it live, so it's not going to be perfect, but I'm going to do my very best to make this an enjoyable, clean experience. Oh no. Is there really already an issue? Oh yeah, there's an issue. Okay. I'm remaining calm. It's fine. I just have to record the guitar for this. That's a bummer. I can fix it. I'm not going to start off today getting all worried again like I did yesterday. So let me test out the first thing I learned. Can you guys hear the metronome? Do you hear a click right now? Oh no! What? I thought I fixed it! Damn it! Oh, that's a bummer. I tested it on Discord with Pencils last night and he didn't hear it. I put it on 5.6. I open my console. How about now? Well, that sucks. Okay, I'm not gonna let it get me down, but that does, it sucks a bit. Man. Bing bong. Well, I guess I'll try and fix that tomorrow. No, I'm not blaming you, but it's weird that, yes, we tested it. I want to test one more thing. I had a template. I did an experiment file last night. So let me open that real quick and see if there's anything different on this one. This is just something I made up last night just to test things. One more time, I'm going to ask if you can hear the click. Okay, I'll try and figure that out tomorrow. My apologies, everyone. It will only be on when I record the guitar, and then I will turn it off. Oh, man. I worked like 2 hours on trying to get that out. Okay, I'll do it tomorrow. Rodrigo Bertolucci, thank you so much for a resub for 6 months. Thank you. Yeah, it's so weird. I followed all of the instructions online. I didn't change anything, and I took pictures of everything. I guess if you'll humor me, let me at least check the pictures I took on my phone to see if anything's different. I don't think anything's different, though. So I gotta grab my phone. It's just plugged in over there. Okay, I took a picture of what it looked like. And I talked to myself.
So you don't have the vocal singing picking you up in the Ableton track, you solo this.
Okay.
And for whatever reason, it fixed it. And then you put this up, and you mute this one.
Okay.
For your metronome not to be heard. That's that solution. And the settings that you do for your metronome is 5.6.
Okay.
And then everything else seems okay. If you do the effects on the...
Okay. That was weird getting instructions from myself from the future or from the past. I'm also going to put this up. I don't think it's going to change anything, but all right. Well, let's begin our tracking. I'm not going to let it get me down for today because I got really stressed about looping yesterday. And I just want to have fun with it. Because looping makes me happy and it is fun. Okay. Subterranean homesick alien. Here we go. Thank you everybody for already being supportive when I don't have it completely in control already. Let's see. Just gonna pin my music to the stand and then I'll start recording the guitar. Are you doing okay, Joe? Is everything all right for Will? Yeah, are you being serious? Are you worried? Because I'm okay. Yesterday, I was not okay trying to do this live because, as you can see, it's just a little frustrated. Playing a little feelsy. Oh, you're playing with very feelsy stuff. I'm just a feelsy kind of gal. Okay, Subterranean Homesick Alien. So I just need to do this. Oh my god. Dodo, you angel. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. 20 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. No, I don't want that. Okay. A little louder. Okay, let's do it. I have one bar. Oh, I should make that 2. And then I make this. Okay. I think I'm ready. Gotta get my metronome right. Okay. I can do it. My bad. Okay. Chorus. Oh, oops. I need to go, instead of there, over there. And keep that on record, turn that off. And then I should be fine. And an F4 is that. No more metronome. It's not perfect, but it will work. Okay, now I solo this. Check, check. Good. Violence. Okay. I think I'm gonna try something kind of crazy, but I think it might work. did back-to-back string recording. I did it. I did it. I did it. It happened. Alana, what's up? I was messaging Alana for some help yesterday, and she was super helpful. It turns out I didn't fix my metronome problem, though, but I did back-to-back string recording! Oh my god! Oh, I'm so happy. Okay, I still got to do the chorus, but major shout out. You guys know I love Alana. I think she's amazing and so talented. Lovely French horn looper, singing extraordinaire. Give her some love and give her a follow. I'm gonna pan this real quick and then we'll do the chorus. Oh, I'm so happy! Chorus! Let's make it! Okay, yes, okay, I know what to do. Oh. My string unwound. So I gotta fix that. Okay. Oh shoot, now the E unwound. Oh man. Although, oh my god, doing the E string makes me nervous. Okay, now let me just get that a bit more in tune and we're good to go. Where's my phone? Here it is. It was going so well, too. Okay, let's do that. When it gets cold out, the wood of the violin can get a little upset and, you know. Frolic Chris, thank you so much for a resub at tier 2. Thank you so much. And please let me know if I can play you something. Also, Lazy Tangent, thank you so much for the follow as well. Thank you. I tune looking at a tuner. I think I have like kind of relative pitch, but I don't rely on it. Where were we? for L2M.
Breath of the morning, I keep forgetting the smell of the warm summer air. I live in a town where you can't smell things. You wash your feet.
I have to let this go.
Breath of the morning, I keep forgetting the smell of the warm summer air. I live in a town where you can't smell things. You watch your feet for cracks in the pavement. Up above, aliens hover, making home movies for the folks back home. Of all these weird creatures who lock up their spirits, drill holes in themselves, and live for their secrets. Uptight, 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 uptight. Wish they'd swoop down in a country lane late at night when I'm driving. Take me on board their beautiful ship. Show me the world as I'd love to see it. I tell all my friends, but they never believe me. They think that I'd finally lost it completely. I'd show them the stars and the meaning of life. They shut me away, but I'll be all
wasn't the smoothest thing ever, but for my second day using Ableton, I'm pretty happy. And oh my god, you guys, you saw it! I did back-to-back strings. There was one measure, like, of no strings happening, but I have been racking my brain to find a way to make that happen, and I'm so happy that it actually worked. Oh! If you're still here for Alana, we were talking about that a bit. I put the quantize on 2 measures, but then I put there's a lot of things I did. If you want to know how I did it, let me know. It's not perfect, but it works a little bit. Thank you so much, everybody, for the support and the bits for Tripwire. Yes, you saw it. You saw it. Back-to-back strings. It happened. It happened. Yes. Oh my god, I don't know what to do with myself. I might grab a beer. I'm so excited. I should probably switch away from coffee. Lazy Tangent, thank you so much. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. As well as Chris for the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. Rent Swag for 100 bits. Cult Zone Games. Dodo for gifting a sub to our new friend Houdini of Ada. Welcome. And thank you, Nth Degree. Thank you so much for a brand new sub. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Lexi Moyne, thank you for 500 bits as well. Everyone I just named, you guys all get priority requests if you'd like. Just let me or a mod know. I'm like shaking. I'm so excited. I've been trying to do that for 3 months. Oh, I'm so happy. Wish I had a bottle of champagne today. Thank you, Dodo. Oh, I'm so thrilled. Okay. Next up, we got Vienna. And this is another one I practiced. Well, I didn't practice the song yesterday, but I practiced switching to go back from piano to this picking up audio. So this will be a test if I learned the other thing that I tried to learn yesterday. Let's see. For Rent Swag, I know you like Mr. Tillman. Lately, that's the one that sticks out. You usually ask for that one like every time. Hello for lovely Carol. How are you? Billy Joel is up next, yes. Or are you asking if I'm Billy Joel? No, I got that a lot, but I'm not. Okay, this is going to be my first loop I'm building from scratch today. We will hear a bit of a click. I thought I fixed the metronome so it wouldn't be in your ears, but I found out that what I did didn't work. So you're going to hear a little metronome click while I record the guitar, but then I'll turn it off. I'm trying to decide, I could do this in a couple different ways in Ableton. I think I'm just going to do it all on one scene. I think that will work. Sure. I won't know till I try. Cheers, Kristen. Kristen, what's up? Thank you so much for 500 bits, as well as Tegrity Farmer Bob. It's good to see you. And thank you for 500 bits. So both of y'all get priority requests if that's what you want. She said she's great and glad to be able to join us. That's good to hear. I feel like I should think of, I'll do like a nice romantic one for you guys maybe. I'll do I Have to Say I Love You in a Song maybe. I feel like that one's like a really cute couple song. No requests? Okay. Not trying to pressure you or nothing. So now I need to open Don't Save. Actually, maybe I should have saved that one. Whatever. It's fine. It's gone anyway, so. I made a loop template on Ableton, so I'm opening that now. If anyone's curious as to what I did in it, all I did was just set up... Hello. Wait. Why did I only have reverb for like a second? Okay. Anyway, I opened up my template, and what I did is I made 8 audio tracks, made sure everything was set to the right input channels for the interface that I'm using. The interface also, I noticed, has affected the sound of my violin, which I'm really thrilled about. It sounds, you can hear a lot of the differences in inflection in the bow and pressure and stuff like that. So very excited about that. And I just kind of, just set it up basically to make it work, honestly. Nothing too crazy. Okay, so I turn this button on, this one off, and we're gonna record guitar. I gotta set a metronome. You're so ambitious for juvenile, but then if you're so smart, that feels good. For nth degree, we just do it where you say it in chat. The other way, it was just kind of too chaotic, but we're pretty good at catching it, or at least I'll try my best to remember for you. Hot cross buns ain't on my list. Why are you asking for that? The first song that every teacher teaches music students. Put the bow back where it belongs. Okay, my settings seem good here. I just gotta set this to 1 measure. I have a count in for 1 measure. And then I just go. Yes. Okay, let's do it. I might have to stop and adjust my metronome volume, but we'll see. Yeah, I gotta get the metronome louder. I'll turn it off again once the guitar is recorded. Now, is this better? Sorry. Oh, la, la. Take 3. I can do it. Now I need to plug in my piano. There we go. And arm a new track. That should be good to go. Figuring you out, Ableton, you beautiful monster. Let's add some string layers, shall we? I gotta unplug the piano. Ah! Okay.
So long, crazy child.
I missed one. I gotta fix it. Thank you so much, DJ, for gifting a sub to fellow friend, musician, violinist, lupin extraordinaire, Justine Griffin. Cope for gifting a sub to Carp. Oh, thank you. Okay, let's see. I missed it again. I'll get it this time. Darkens, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate that. As well as Carlos, Adonex, and Chanela, and Mr. Turkeyman. Okay, I can do this.
so ambitious for a juvenile, but then if you're so smart, tell me why you're still so afraid. Where's the fire? What's a hurry about? You better cool it off before you burn it out. You got so much to do and only so many hours in a day. But you know that when the truth is told, that you can get what you want or you can just get old. You're gonna kick off before you even get halfway through. When will you realize Vienna waits for you? Slow down, you're doing fine. You can't be everything you wanna be before your time. Though it's so romantic on the borderline tonight. So bad, but it's the life you lead. You're so ahead of yourself that you forgot what you need. Though you can see when you're wrong, you know you can't always see when you're right. You're right. You've got passion, you've got your pride. Don't you know that only fools are satisfied? Dream on, but don't imagine they'll all come true. When will you realize Vienna waits for you? Slow down, you're doing fine. You can't be everything you wanna be before your time. Though it's so romantic on the borderline tonight. So bad, but it's the life you lead. You're so ahead of yourself that you forgot what you need. Though you can see when you're wrong, you know you can't always see when you're right. You're right. You've got passion, you've got your pride. Don't you know that only fools are satisfied? Dream on, but don't imagine they'll all come true. When will you realize Vienna breaks for you?
Oh, you guys, I am like, I am so happy that I figured this out. It's not perfect, but I get Ableton, kind of. I am so happy. Oh, I had a complete breakdown after stream trying to use it yesterday. I was crying, just a complete mess. Yes, it was so hard, and I had no idea if I was going to be able to figure it out, and I'm just so relieved. Like, of course, I want to fix it so you guys can't hear the metronome when I initially track, like little details like that, but I feel like I should have that figured out by next week. I'm so happy. Oh, and I feel like it sounds so much better than the looper, the pedal. I hope you guys think so too. In my headphones, it sounds dramatically better, where I can mix it and pan it and make it exactly how I want it to be. Enormous thanks once again for Dodo. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the Dodo. Thank you. I've been working so hard, and I think I'm also just like very touched because I'm just excited because I stopped doing other things I wanted to do because I prioritized Ableton. So I've been dying to make more transcriptions and arrangements for you guys, but I was like, I can't do that until I get this done. And now that I got this done, that means I can start practicing harp again and I can start making arrangements again. I had to be hard on myself and be like, no, you can't do it until you figure this out. And it's done. I can do it. Oh, I'm so excited. Yes, I learned one song on the harp and I really enjoyed learning on the harp. I thought it was really fun, but I found that it was just, I was trying to do too much at once, and in that I was avoiding learning Ableton because I was miserable doing it, honestly. So I had to be hard on myself, and I was like, well, then you're not allowed to do anything else until you learn Ableton. And it sucked, but it worked. Sometimes, you need to be hard on yourself like that. Atlantis, thank you so much for 100 bits. Nightbird, Abregu, and Broch, thank you so much for the follows as well. I really appreciate it. Oh, I'm just so thrilled. That is a relief. Oh, I'm using the wrong mouse. Yes, I made a rule for myself. No harp until I finished Ableton. Because I just kept avoiding doing Ableton. Do I use multiple outputs on Ableton? If so, you can cue. I did cue out the metronome. It's cued out to 5 and 6, but for some reason, it's still coming out the master. And I don't know why. I think it has to do with the interface I use has its own individual console as well as Ableton's preferences. So I have to dig in there and reroute some things, I suppose. Nightbird, thank you so much for a brand new sub. Thank you. That does give you a priority request. If there's anything that you'd like to hear, just let me know. Because all of the things, I'm going to set up next, Kristen, your requests. You asked for River Flows in You. And then I'm going to do Dragon Roost Island, and then Song of Storms / Kossa's theme. And then we are going to do This Will Be Our Year. I am using an Apollo Twin X as my interface, which is a fantastic interface. I found a very specific forum where some guy explained how to do it. And I did exactly what it said, but my channels did look a little differently. So I'm just going to message that random guy in that random forum tonight. I thought I fixed it, so I didn't think I'd message, but I guess not. Okay. We are doing River Flows in You. You can see I got confused. Oh, I am so happy. Is Priscilla's song also the Wolven song? Yes, I do know that one. I'll play that for you right after I do River Flows in You. Oh, the Wolven Storm. Some people for the online videos call Priscilla's song Wolven Storm. So I can play that for you. I'd love to. I will do River Flows in You. And then, hey, Air Challenge. Thank you so, what, Dodgeball? Thank you so much. Oh my God, and Shadowmire. You guys are killing me. Oh my God, that's awesome. Thank you so much. There's my butt. It floated up. Thank you, Dodgeball, for 10 gifted subs. That was super generous. I really appreciate it. As well as Shadowmire for 5 gifted subs. In case anyone wasn't aware, if we hit, by the end of the month, 1,200 subs, I'm going to do a real deal cosplay of Aerith. I was kind of teasing it tonight with the bow, but everyone keeps telling me I look like Aerith with my bangs growing out, because her hair has those things. So I figured it was the perfect time to just go all out. And I want to get like a good cosplay. I want to get the whole thing. I want the dress, I want the jacket, I want the necklace. I want to really get a good cosplay. So that's gonna happen if we hit our goal. Let's see. my binders are so full of music that they don't fit on my stand, so I have to use little clips to clip it on. I know it would be more, what's the word I'm looking for? It would make more sense for me to read my music off the computer screen, I know, but I write out all my sheet music myself, and I just am very passionate about sheet music. I think it's beautiful. I love writing out music. So I listen to songs and I type it in my computer, and every time I add something to this binder, it just makes me so happy. And of course, it's all color coded and everything, so. But yes, that's actually what I did on the virtual outputs. Both virtual 1 and 2, I sent line... Oh, wait. That says line 3 and 4. So maybe I just switched it to line 3 and 4. Let's test that real quick and see if that works. Do you hear the metronome? Oh, wait, it's not playing yet. Well, now I don't hear it, so that's an issue. Why don't I hear it now? That's bad. That's worse. When I do it on 5/6, I can hear it. Oh. Can you hear it now? I set the virtual output. I don't know why. Let me try one more thing. How about now? And if it doesn't work, then I'll have to do research this weekend. See, now I don't hear it though, so that doesn't fix much. Yeah, but now I can't hear it either, so that's an issue. Huh. Yeah. I did what all the things say, but I won't get too into it because I'll go on a rant. Nothing in Ableton is solved by a Google search. It is solved by an hour of random YouTube videos in deep into Reddit, some thread. Yes. No, that is what I have here for Rent Swag. Trust me, I appreciate you very much, but I promise you it's not that easy. Yes, that is what I have here. Cue out its own. I can see the little lines going up and down, which means it's going somewhere, but it ain't going here. So we'll have to figure it out for next week. I mean, maybe tonight, but probably not. I do need it because the Ableton is very much so locked into measures. So if I just press start and stop without a set tempo being put into the program's like, well, I can't tell you how many measures there is, and then it gets really upset. And I don't want to upset Ableton. I'm trying to work with them. Let's see. I need to... Beowulf, thank you for the follow. We are going to do next River Flows in You. And then we will do Priscilla's song from The Witcher 3. There we go. Hello for Kermit the Frog. How are you? Welcome. Thank you so much for the new follows, Gaiden, Beowulf, and the PN UK. Thank you very much, you guys. I really appreciate it. Cool. Next up, The Witcher 3. I'm embarrassed to say I haven't played The Witcher 3 yet. I've heard from a lot of my game friends, though, that it's like their absolute favorite, so I'm excited to give it a go. Let's see. Bato Zen, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And the fish, welcome. Thank you for the follow as well. Let's see. Oh, oops. This is 2 pages. Here it is. Oh, man. My yeah. It's hard for me to let go of my completionist attitude when I play games. I just want to search like every corner and get every little thing. I feel like maybe I could let it go. Maybe if I'm like fully I don't know, maybe we'll see. Like when I have played games live, a lot of it is me like apologizing while I'm running the opposite direction because I just need to know if I'm missing something. Like, oh my god, it was killing me in the last game we played, A Short Hike. It's really pretty and it's interesting, but they don't give you very clear like go here or do this. And I was just like a mess. I was like, tell me what to do. I get really shy to try and sing on the end there. I'm just like, oh no. I feel like my voice is... I feel like when I sing, if there's like, you know, too much of it like dropped out, where it's just solo voice, I get really shy. Thank you for Tackle. How are you? Let's see here. Man, I hate to admit I am really sad that I didn't figure out the metronome on Ableton. I was so proud of myself. I was like, I did it! I am the champion! But I didn't do it. Very sad. How did... I could have sworn I did it. Yeah, I know I'll probably get it by like next week, if not tomorrow. Oh man, I just spent like 3 hours on that yesterday and it still didn't work. That's really disappointing. It's okay. Anyway, let's see. Next up we got Song of Storms, and then this... Oh, I'm going to do Dragon Roost first for Robin. And then we will do Song of Storms, and then this will be our year. After I take a really quick break, if y'all don't mind. I just need to use the restroom. For Jack, I learned Toss a Coin. So I could do that one for you if you want. Okay, I will be back right at the end of this song. This is one of the YouTube videos I put up on my YouTube channel, Joe Cleary, if you want to check it out. I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, I just appreciate you hanging out with me here too, so thank you. And when I come back, we'll do some Zelda and the zombies. Quite the pairing. Okay, I'll be right back.
Then check this out.
Hello. Thank you for letting me take my break. Kamari Sky, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And please let me know if there's something I can play for you to say thank you. And let us know when your next stream is so we know when we can catch you so no one has an excuse to miss it. Oh, had to turn a button off. Let's see. One last thought, have you make sure you're not sending or mirroring the Q headphones line to the stream. I mean, I'm not quite sure what you mean. I think I'm just gonna accept the metronome is just a thing today. I'm almost positive I need to fix it in the console of the interface that I have, the Apollo Twin, in that console. I think it's correct in Ableton, but something's not right here. In my virtual 1 or 2 input. They said that on the things that I had online, I had to go in and... I don't know. I feel like it's only gonna stress me out to think about it now. I really appreciate it, though. Spacewalker Arrow, thank you for the follow. And Lulu Tagaled went out to see, maybe? I'm going to learn some Warcraft 1. I found a playlist that was like, what's the word I'm looking for? Tavern music. And there was a couple World of Warcraft songs that I thought were really cool. But again, I was just not able to do the transcription yet, yes, I've been focusing on Ableton. Okay. Yeah, I got myself a beverage. Yes, I'm so excited. We're celebrating. I finally figured out Ableton enough to do it live, and it took me 3 months, and I am just over the moon about it. So, hell yeah. Will you cheers with me? Even if you don't have a drink. I'm just very excited. First, some ASMR. Cheers, everybody. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so happy. It's been a good day today. Okay, let's see. Dragon Roost Island is up next. From Galveston? No, it's just a little hazy IPA. I don't even know where that's from, actually. So, maybe I shouldn't say no, because who knows, might be right. DJ Hoagman, thank you so much for gifting another sub and for another fellow streamer. Thank you so much. And that does give you priority requests. If there's anything you'd like to hear, just let me or one of the mods know. Okay, Dragon Roost Island. Oh my god, I had one sip of beer and I'm already so gross. Dragon Roost Island. Let's see. Once again, I am having one technical difficulty that I should have fixed by next week. Unfortunately, not today, where you're probably going to hear the metronome just for the guitar, and then I turned it off. So it's only on for like 30 seconds, but just a warning if you hear a beep, boop, beep, beep. That's what that is. That's true, Raisin. It's true. Okay, so... Ableton, hello, my new friend that I'm still a little afraid of. How are you today? We are going to make a new project, so I have an open template for loops. Beautiful. Change this to 3/4, and then let's click that. I think that's all I need to do. Right? Yes. So, 1, 2, ba, 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 ba. chord. Uh-oh. There it is. Let me turn it off. I can't see. Okay. Oh, and set this to 1 measure. Let's go. Is this the right metronome though? Too slow. Oh, it's in 3/4. Oopsie. That's why. Okay, my bad, y'all. Let's see. Da, 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 da. Okay, that should be good. Hi. Thank you for the follow, Cage. McMurderer. It's kind of scary. Oh, I should make this 2 measures. Okay. Still too slow. Sorry guys, this is my second day with Ableton. I'll get it soon enough. Maybe. Had the wrong input in. My bad. Take 2 for the accordion. Thank you for the follows, guys. And yeah, I'm looping. Okay, bad. Yes. Oh, I'm getting a little better. Today's my second day using Ableton on stream ever. So there's a couple of like I know I'll only get faster at putting it together. I'm just still kind of figuring out what I'm doing. Thank you guys all for being really supportive and patient with me while I figure this out. But again, I'm just really excited to see how it all will just continue to get easier and stuff. Today's going way better than yesterday did. I'm so relieved. Pantaloon Party, what's up? I see that you said you're just heading out. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you, Rainwood, for a resub. Thank you very much. I hope the rest of the stream goes well. We, as a community, are so proud of you for branching out. Thank you so much into something unfamiliar. Take your time, and we're here to support you. Thanks for your being so down to earth. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pantaloon Party. Truly, thank you so much. And again, everybody, for helping me go into uncharted territory as calmly as possible. I kind of had a breakdown after stream yesterday from when I first tried doing Ableton. Yes, there was a lot of issues, and I just felt really embarrassed and sad, but I've just didn't want to give up. I was like, okay, no, I'm following through with this, and I'm going to do it again tomorrow. And I just made sure I took my time today and took care of myself, and I feel really good right now. So thank you, everybody. Just sent a hi there and sent some specific songs. Oh, very cool. Okay, for Rent Swag. Let's see. Thank you, Jonah, for 100 bits. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And for Rainwood, you did get a priority request since you subbed. I did it, Paul! You were like the first one who responded in Discord when I was like, I'm so sad. Ableton is so hard. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I get nervous for every new loop, but I'm at least having a bit more fun with it now. Yeah, for Rainwood, here. Here is my song list right there. Half of for anyone who's new, hi, by the way, thanks for hanging out. My name's Joe, and I play video game music, and I also sing covers. So half of my list is covers of like very popular pop rock songs and folk and a bunch of different stuff. And then the other half is my favorite video game songs that I'll either loop or play along to the original track. So if any of that interests you, I hope you get cozy and consider a follow if you want to. No pressure. Do what's right for you. I'm just happy that you're giving me a place to play music. 'Cause that's all I want to do. Thank you, Ruthless, Guardian, and Random for the follow, as well as Skifrid, Archivist, Rianu, Untal Felix, and then I think I'm caught up. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Hello, Neon Python. How are you? Okay. So this next song I'm going to do for you is actually a mashup of Song of Storms mixed with Koss's theme. This is another where it's going to be the first time doing it on this program, so it might take me a second to figure out, but I'm going to do my best to make it as painless as possible. You did it some days ago. I said I'll catch you later, and I came back with my friends today. Well, thank you so much for coming back for Cautious. You're Not Alone from Final Fantasy IX. Fantastic choice. So I have one song after this, and then I will do that one for you for Rainwood. And I'll probably do a bunch of video game music once I get to that point, because I had just played a video game song, so I think it would be a nice transition. Might be over-explaining here. Okay. I'm such a dingus today. I'm a happy dingus, though. Koss's theme mixed with Song of Storms. I'm going to mix another Ocarina of Time famous Zelda piece into this eventually. I have an idea in my head, but I haven't been able to do it yet. But it's in my head. Yes, and I will do Mr. Tillman. I'll do Mr. Tillman. Okay, here's the lineup. We're going to do the song I'm about to do right now, Koss's theme and Song of Storms. Then we'll be doing for DJ Hogman, this will be Our Year. And then I will be doing Mr. Tillman. Then You're Not Alone from Final Fantasy IX. If that sounds good for everybody. Mm-hmm. I just want to run in place for a second. If I had $1, Mr. Claus. I like Lizzie Kaplan, though. I think she's cool. Okay, so I need to change the time signature this to 6/8. Because 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we'll change our time signature. 6, 8. Oh, I tried to make it 68 over 4. That would be a nightmare. Skinny Bice. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. LH, come on now. Come on. Butters forever. You mean like South Park? Like Butters? I've got something in my front pocket for you. Sorry. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see how that sounds. Next week, I'm going to program this so the metronome's not in your ear. I thought I fixed it today, but I was wrong. So my bad. But I'll turn it off once I get through the chords here, I promise. Hello. Oh. Four, five, six. Okay. That should be right. Hello, Mr. Claus. Neon Python. I'm going to Memphis this weekend to record in a new EP with my band Tails, so I won't be able to do it this weekend. I kind of want to do a game stream tomorrow night, maybe. I can't promise anything because, again, I have to be prepared to drive to Memphis, and I have to learn material for that. But I kind of want to do another game stream maybe tomorrow night. Okay. I'm so gross. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Sorry. Take 2. Okay. It's also a little fast. Try that. Ooh, I'm getting better at this. I'm getting better. Oh, I'm thrilled. I feel embarrassed I keep saying it like that. It makes me sound so old. I'm thrilled. I am thrilled though. Oh, I'm really setting the mood, aren't I? Pencils. Maybe some more accordion. I'm sorry for anyone who has that accent I tried to do. I don't know which one it would be, but I'm sorry. For Microchip Zombie, thank you for the follow, and Mr. Claus as well. Mr. Claus, thank you so much for 300 bits. I really appreciate it. And for Gems, I'm sorry, but I don't know that one. I do add things to the song list almost every week, but that's my song list. If you see something you like, I can play it for you. Sleepless Readings, thank you for the follow as well. And Flaminu, thank you so much for gifting a sub. For Levi, I really appreciate it. You're old and thrilled with the accordion. I've been really enjoying the accordion. I feel like I'm kind of cheating as I mostly use my right hand. I will admit that. For anyone who does play accordion, you might be like, she's not doing it right. And you would be correct. But maybe one day I'll get it. Okay. Next up, we have This Will Be Our Year by the Zombies. The Zombies, believe it or not, are one of my absolute favorite bands. Their album Odyssey and Oracle had a huge influence on me, and I absolutely adore it. I love that song. So I highly recommend you check out the album if you hadn't. And the lead singer's voice, Colin Bloodstone, oh, it's so dreamy and magical and wonderful and soft and beautiful. I love it so much. So this is going to be another loop I'm doing from scratch. I got to set my tempo and then we'll go. So let's see. If I'm tapping it out, it would be the warmth of your love is like the warmth of the sun, and this will be our year. Took a long time to come. Don't let go of my hand, all the darkness. Around 88 is what this is coming up as. So we'll finalize that. And now I get my guitar. Itchy. I haven't played this on guitar for a long time. I hope I remember. E7, the one. Oh, that's what I did. I'll capo it then. Whoopsie daisy. If this is performed in the key of C, then I would have to go A, B flat, B, C would be capo 3, I believe. So I play a C major scale. Yeah, that works. Okay. Let me just double check the tuning. Is sometimes when you put a capo on, guitars can get a little fussy. Depending on how well you put the capo on, I guess. See, like that note, a little fussy. Hey, Red is me. How are you? Welcome. Thank you, Aminza TTV for the follow. Thank you very much. We got our guitar in tune. We got our tempo. You are gonna hear once again the metronome as I do the guitar. I thought I fixed it, and I didn't. My bad. But it will be turned off once I get the guitar track done. And for this, I think I haven't looped it on Ableton before, so I'm trying to figure out the best way to do it. It might be best to do this in sections. So I'm gonna... Oh, but then if I want a solo... So Sorry, I'll make a decision in a moment. There isn't necessarily a wrong answer. Shoot, patoot. I'm just gonna do the whole thing. LH, thank you for gifting a sub. Thank you. That does give you priority requests if that's something you want. No pressure though. You fell asleep earlier, but left Twitch open, and when I woke up, I was here. Don't know how I ended up here, but I'm glad I did. I'm happy too for sleepless readings. I hope you feel well rested, and thanks for sticking around. I appreciate you. Okay, let's do this thing. Again, metronome will be off once I track guitar, I promise. I got a burp. Oh, gross. Okay. It was Hedges. It was. How many measures count me in? 2 bars. Okay. I don't like my guitar performance. I'm gonna try that again. Dom! Hey! Dom, look at me. I'm a big streamer girl now who's using Ableton to loop. It's very hard. I can't figure out how to turn off the metronome for the guitar, but it will be off after the guitar. My bad. It's good to see you. Thank you for resub. Gosh darned it. Gosh darned it. I get it this time. I get it. I'll get it. My bad. Sorry. 1. I guess I'll do percussion. Sorry. Mystique.
Of your love's like the warmth of the sun. This will be our year. Took a long time to come. You don't have to worry. All your worried days are gone. And this will be our year. Took a long time to come. Now I won't forget the way you helped me up when I was down. And I won't forget the way you said, darling, I love you, you give me faith to go on. Now we're there, and we've only just begun. This will be our year, took a long time to come. Of your love, it's like the warmth of the sun. And this will be our year, took a long time to come. Don't let go of my hand, now that darkness has gone. This will be our year, took a long time to come. Now I won't forget the way you helped me up when I was down. And I won't forget the way you said, darling, I love you, you give me faith to go on. Now we're there, and we've only just begun. And this will be our year, took a long time to come. The warmth of your smile, smile for me, little one. And this will be our year, took a long time to come. You don't have to worry, all your worried days are gone. And this will be our year, took a long time to come. Now I won't forget the way you helped me up when I was down. And I won't forget the way you said, darling, I love you, you give me faith to go on. Now we're there, and we've only just begun. And this will be our year, took a long time to come.
Not my smoothest, but it still came together okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, DJ Hogan, for 222 bits. Thank you very much. That's super generous. Thank you. X Smiles for the bit, Mr. Cheese for the bits, and for all the new follows. I really appreciate you. Also, Dom, if you're still here, what's up? It's not my cleanest looping day, but this is my second day officially using Ableton as my looper, which has been really hard for me to learn, but I feel like I'm starting to get the hang of it. I'm starting to understand the best ways to utilize it. So I'm really excited to see what I'll end up being able to do with this new piece of technology. It was really scary for me at first, I'm not gonna lie, because the way my mind has to put these loops together through Ableton is so different from how I put together loops using my pedal, which is what I've always done. I had a Boss RC 300, and this changes everything. So it's been a tough learning curve for me, but today is feeling much better for just being my second day. So I'm really happy with the progress. Okay, next up, Andreamus, you are awesome. Thank you very much. My next song I'm going to play for you is a bit of a strange song, but I just am in love with it. I think it is funny and has such a unique, interesting, dark character to it that I just became absolutely enamored with it. It is called Mr. Tillman by Father John Misty. Also for Hey, It's Raven, I think I saw you said that this is your first day on Twitch. I don't know if that's what I read correctly, but if so, welcome. How are you? Thank you for popping on my channel. There's a lot of really amazing channels, so I appreciate you hanging out. Thank you. Hey, and if I can play a song to make you feel welcome, let me know. This is my song list. No pressure. If you'd rather just hang out, that's fine too. Okay, we're doing a new loop, so I need to open up a brand new Ableton file. So open up my loop template here. And for this, I'm gonna do guitar, piano, voice, violin. What? Forever Tan, you sub for 3 months in advance? Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Please let me know if I could play you something to say thank you. Same to you, Dom. And now I can give you a proper shout out as I'm not mid-song, but Dom is sincerely one of the most wonderful, sweetest souls here in our music category on Twitch. Follow him. He's awesome. He plays drums. He plays like all the genres, game to extreme jazz. He does it all. And he's just a doll. He's lovely. And he dealt with me being a huge jerk when we played Among Us that one time. I'm sorry about that. Ooh, Once Upon a December? I'll do that for you. I do have some other priority requests, so I put them in order. You know, like if people pay to support the channel, I'll play their songs right away. So everyone's aware of what the list is at this point. It's Mr. Tillman, then You're Not Alone from Final Fantasy IX, Life on Mars by David Bowie, and Once Upon a December from the film Anastasia. Is this a very broad list? Yes. Does it all make sense together? Probably not. But do I love playing these songs? Oh yes, you bet your bums. Dom, thank you for the host. Thank you. And without further ado, let's get started on this one. I just need to tap my tempo. This is in 4/4. So, Mr. Tillman, good to see you again. There's a few outstanding charges just before we check you in. Let's see here. That is roughly 96. Hey! Thank you, Pictus, for a resub. Thank you very much. And please let me know if there's something I can play for you to say thank you. I was pretty jealous that I wasn't at MagFest. I saw a bunch of other music streamers were. You know, I was traveling for the holiday season and it just came up on me a little quick this year, but I do really want to go one year. I haven't been to it before. The only con I've ever been to was, what's it called? Anime Boston. And I got lucky. I was in a video game music choir. Thank you for the hype train, by the way, you guys. Thank you. I was in a choir that sang video game music. We were called the Video Game Music Choir. And you might be like, but Joe, where's the choir music for video games? It didn't exist. So all of us made our own arrangements. So I made a choir arrangement of a Final Fantasy IX medley and Click Clock Wood from Banjo-Kazooie because I love Banjo-Kazooie. Oh yes, I did play Dragon Con too with Fable Cry. I forgot about that. That was awesome. Anyway, Anime Boston had an orchestra performing and they were like, hey, video game choir, can you sing choir to the orchestra? And I was like, yes. And we set up and we're performing on stage at the some big center in Boston where I was living. And we were singing One Winged Angel. And then, I'm not even kidding, Nobuo Uematsu came on stage himself and just started ripping on the organ during it. And the choir was like all freaking out because we didn't know he was going to be there. And we're just like, Stephanos, like, oh my God, freaking out. It was so cool. So technically, I've gotten to perform with Nobuo Uematsu. No, it was something convention center. It's a stop on the Green Line, I know. Anyway. You're going to hear the metronome while I play guitar, and then it will be turned off. Please don't panic. It's okay. Let's test it, see if it's too fast or not. Mr. Tillman, good to see you again. That should be good. And how many measures are counting me in? 1 bar. Okay. I could do better start than that. Hi, Baloo. It's okay. My cat just walked in. You might hear him crying. He's fine. He just screams a lot. I know that sounds bad. Okay. Recording piano. Let's see. Oh shoot, that's too quiet, ain't it? Let's fix it then. Okay, take 2. I'm not very good at piano. My bad. Shoot, I screwed up again. Oh no, I'll get it. Maybe. I'll get it. It's fine. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Push the pedal now. Oh, it didn't read. I guess I'll wait again. My bad, y'all. I didn't press stop record. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm new to this program. Okay. Oh, there it is. What should I do next? Sing? Okay.
da
I just realized a big issue. I don't have enough channels on Ableton to do everything I want to. So this might be just a bit of a different version, I guess. I'll start with drums at least. Maybe I'll delete the other vocals and add strings instead, because I ran out of string ones. So I might just delete these two? Yeah. We'll make it work. We're gonna add drums.
Tillman, good to see you again. There's a few outstanding charges just before we check you in. And see here, you left your passport in the mini fridge, and the message with the desk says here the picture is in his window. Just a reminder about our policy: don't leave your mattress in the rain if you sleep on the balcony. Did you have your guests have a pleasant stay? What a beautiful tattoo that young man is on his face. And oh, we'll need a driver out to Philly. Jason Isbell's here as well. He seemed a little worried about you. I'm feeling good, damn, I'm feeling so fine. I'm living on a cloud, on an island in my mind. Don't be alarmed, this is just my vibe. No need to walk around, no, it's not too bad. Mr. Tillman for the 7th time. We have no knowledge of a film that is being shot outside. Those aren't extras in a movie, there are clientele. No, they aren't rehearsing lines, and they aren't exactly thrilled. Would you like a regalo on the patio? Or is there someone we can call? Perhaps you shouldn't drink alone. No, I'm feeling good, damn, I'm feeling so fine. I'm living on a cloud, on an island in my mind. Oh, baby, don't be alarmed, this is just my vibe. No need to walk around, no, it's not too bad. I'm feeling good, damn, I'm feeling so fine. I'm living on a cloud, on an island in my mind. Oh, baby, don't be alarmed, this is just my vibe. No need to walk around, no, it's not too bad. I'm feeling good, damn, I'm feeling so fine. I'm living on a cloud, on an island in my mind. Oh, baby, don't be alarmed, this is just my vibe. No need to walk around, no, it's not too bad a climb.
Woo. That one was hard on my brain. Because with the looper, with my APC at least, I only have a certain amount of channels where I can access the buttons, unless I have to learn something else, which maybe I do. But I was planning for the future that what I would do is I'm going to keep my loop pedal hooked up as well. And for songs like that, I might actually use the looper instead of Ableton, because then I can layer like a ton of strings on it and make it super epic. I think that was fine, but I feel like I'm missing some of the string layers, and like I usually put 7 vocals on it. So might do that on the looper next one. But I also wanted to push myself and try and only use Ableton this week, because it would force me to use it and learn it. So I'm glad I did it that way. But next time I do it, you're going to hear a lot more vocals and a lot more strings and more percussion. Honestly, everything. You'll hear more of everything. For the new follows, thank you very much, Rakesh and Clarsignal, Rick, Kenrio, and Outrower. Thank you very, very much. And yes, Arthur, that songwriter who did that song is Father John Misty, who I think has an incredible voice, and he has a dark humor to him that's quite interesting. I really like his music a lot. Okay. Next up, we have Final Fantasy IX. So for anyone who's just joining, hi, my name's Joe, and I do loops of video game music as well as covers, which I sing along to, but I also play video games straight to the track for some of them, because I think they're really beautiful and sentimental. It might not be the most cohesive song list, but I hope you like it. You're not alone. Let's do it. The Gray, thank you for the follow. And thank you, Harmony Studios, for the compliment. I appreciate that. Are you a string player as well? I feel like bowing for me was one of the hardest things for me to get a handle on. John Wolf! Oh my god, thank you. What's up? Hi, Raiders. Shall I play some violin for you? I was just playing some Final Fantasy IX music. I really want to do Tifa's theme, so I'll do that, if that's okay. I could also do, I know you like Chrono Cross. Is there something in particular you'd want to hear, John? I started using a brand new looping system, which has been going well, but honestly is very stressful. I think I got it all worked out. I can do video game loops. I also play over tracks. And for everyone who's new, hello. I also sing covers and stuff. But first, I just really want to play Tifa's theme. So I'm going to do that. But then, John, if you want to hear something, just let me know. And I think for those of you in the music community who don't know John and want to meet the other side of Twitch, I guess there's lots of sides. He's a game streamer and he's awesome. Just do it. Whatever. It's fine. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I got nervous for the first couple measures there. I started to settle in a bit though. Oh my god, a lot of you guys stayed. Thank you. What's up, game community? My name's Joe again. I do in fact play violin. I also play lots of other stuff. I play piano and banjo and guitar. I have a washboard with a ding bell on it, an accordion. I got lots of stuff. And I write out, oh, I'm stuck. I fixed it. I write out all my sheet music myself. So this is all the game music that I've done. Well, one binder, I have 4 binders. So this one's all like Zelda and Chrono Cross and Pokemon and Mario and Octopath Traveler. And then this one's all Final Fantasies. Of course, Final Fantasy had to have its own binder. And then I also make loops of songs and I sing on top of them. If anyone's curious as to what my song list is right now, next up I'm going to do Life on Mars by David Bowie. And then I'm going to do Once Upon a December from Anastasia. But after that, I'd like to play a lot of this stuff for you guys, for anyone who wants to listen. Thank you for all these follows. I usually thank everybody individually, but there's been a whole lot. Weenie Man, thank you for the sub. And okay, cool. I just want to make sure I thank the subs. Thank you, Weenie Man. You do get a priority request, Weenie Man. I'm just trying to find more excuses to say Weenie Man. Here's my song list if anyone wants to take a gander. I got over 9 hours of music. So every time you come, I like to think you'll hear something different. And I add new songs to the song list every week. Cool. One thing I will say as a warning, I used to loop on a pedal and I just switched over to a very advanced computer program, which is awesome, but it's very complicated and I'm still learning it. This is my second time doing it live. So I'm going to do my best to do this well, but no promises. I already pre-recorded the guitar and I will make a string section on top of it. I really love the original strings on this song, Life on Mars, so I listened to it and I learned the exact string part basically on the album, so I'm gonna do that. I have a strategy for doing this that was different from yesterday, so I think it's gonna be cleaner. I do know Fast Car. I can sing Fast Car for you if you want. What inspired me to do this? I wish I had a better answer. I mean, when I first started my Twitch account, I was going through a hard time and I just wanted someone to talk to, was really the only reason. And I really liked how I had like my 3 people watching and it was really fun. And then I got really lucky, like how I just got lucky and I got a raid. And I was like, oh my god, now there's pressure. But the pressure was good pressure from you guys. Like, learn more songs and sing and try and do it. And I was like, okay. And through that, I bought a looper and I learned how to loop. I started looping like 1.5 years ago. A Weenie Man! Come on now. Thank you so much. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. That's super generous. I really appreciate that. And again, you do get a priority request. If you want to hear anything, just let me know. Here's the guitar part I already recorded. It sounds like this. Now we're gonna make a string section. Wait. did something bad. That needs to be equipped. Okay, for real. Sorry, my bad. Okay, I'm ready now. This fixed by next week. Sorry.
It's a god-awful small affair to the girl with the mousy hair, but her mommy is yelling no, and her daddy has told her to go, but her friend is nowhere to be seen. Now she walks through her sunken dreams to the seat with the clearest view, and she's hooked to the silver screen. But the film is a saddening bore, 'cause she's lived it 10 times or more. She could spit in the eyes of fools as they ask you to focus on sailors fighting in the dance hall. Oh man, look at those cavemen go. It's a freakiest show. Take a look at the thought man beating up the wrong guy. Oh man, wonder if he'll ever know he's in the best-selling show. Is it life on Mars? It's on America's tortured brow that Mickey Mouse has grown up a cow. Now the workers are struck for fame, 'cause Lennon's on sale again. See the mice in their million hordes, from Ibiza to the Norfolk Broads. North Britannia is out of bounds to my mother, my dog, and clowns. But the film is a saddening bore, 'cause I've wrote it 10 times or more. It's about to be writ again as they ask you to focus on sailors fighting in the dance hall. Oh man, look at those cavemen go. It's a freakiest show. Take a look at the thought man beating up the wrong guy. Oh man, wonder if he'll ever know he's in the best-selling show. Is it life on Mars?
Okay, now that wasn't ideal, like the metronome clicks that were in it and stuff like that, but I promise I'll fix it probably by next week if I'm being honest with myself. Again, this is a really complicated program and this is my second day using it, so I'm still figuring some things out, admittedly, but it's a lot better than it was yesterday. Weenie Man, I'm so happy you liked it. Thank you. Thank you all, you guys. It's so nice to have a bit of the wolf crowd in here. I really like John. I think he's a really, not only a great like entertainer, but he's a super stand-up guy. I feel like I always see him doing charities and really good work, and yeah, I feel really lucky. So thank you, John, if you're still here. Sleepless Readings, thank you so much for a $10 donation. Thank you. You said it's 3 a.m. here in England and COVID is kicking your butt. Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that. Life on Mars just made it so much better. One of my favorites. Thank you. Sleepless Readings, please let me know if I could play one, especially for you. I would love to play you something. I'm sorry to hear that you're going through that. I got it myself a couple months ago at this point. I got my vaccines and everything, and I was wearing my mask and all that stuff, but you know, it doesn't mean you're immune by any means. So I feel, yeah, it was a rough couple days for me, but sending you healthy vibes. I hope I can help at least with a little bit of that. Oh, Life on Mars was your request? Well, if there's something else. Next up we got Once Upon a December not by Anastasia, from the movie Anastasia. This is another one I have not looped yet on this program, so I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna do this. Let me open a new loop template. Opening now. Beep, boop, boop, boop. Scientific computer noises. Bleep, bloop, bleep, bloop, 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 bloop. Ah, there we go. Okay. And then I put this at number 1. Cool. How do I want to do this? This piece is in 3/4. So what I'm going to have to do, if anyone's curious, I guess, I'm going to tap out my metronome click. I know it's kind of annoying. The metronome will be off after my first take, I promise. I thought I figured out a way to have it only route to my headphones, but alas, I was wrong. But I'll figure it out. So if it's in 3/4, 1, 2, 3. Let me change my time signature here to a 3. Beautiful. And we're going to tap it out. Dancing bears, painted wings, things I almost remember. Painted wings. That sounds about right. This is an arrangement I wrote out on paper. I'm really proud of this one because I didn't play it first. I just trusted my music mind and I came up with this arrangement. I'm going to loop it for you guys and start off with pizzicato and then add another pizzicato layer and then what else am I going to do? Strings? Yeah, sounds about right. What's my count in here? I'm going to have a 2-bar count in. Again, I know the clicking is not ideal. It will be gone once I do the first layer, and I do apologize if it super bums you out. All right, clear our channels, turn this up. Pizzicato. Okay. Too loud. Quieter. Okay. No more annoying metronome. Yay. Okay. Let's do another pizzicato track. Turn this up. Sense. Arm my next track. And let's get going.
heart used to know things it yearns to remember. Someone holds me safe and warm. Horses brimstone, silver storm. Figures dancing gracefully across my memories. Dancing bears, painted wings, things I almost remember, and a song someone sings once upon a December.
Oh, I was really nervous recording that on the new program. That's probably going to be a song that I still use my looper for. I typically use my looper for like everything, for all the loops I've ever done. But I just started to learn how to use Ableton. And this is my second day using it, so I know it's not perfect yet, but I wanted to just throw myself out there and just commit to it and go for it. But I'm going to be in the future using both, because they both have pros and cons to each of them. I'm actually going to use the looper in 2 songs ahead of us because my Radiohead loop that I made, I haven't recorded the guitar part for it yet. So I will bring the looper back for that bad boy right there. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Belladon. If you're still here, thank you so much for the sub. I really, really, truly appreciate it so much. And next up, we actually have a song where I just play the guitar and sing super simple. So after this, I'll do another loop if you're missing the loops. And after that, I have a clear cue. For Belladon, in case you didn't know, since you subbed, you do get a priority request. If that's something you want to hear, just let me know. Guitar. So this, we're just gonna strip it down, only play guitar and sing. Blaze Seeker, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you very much. Let's see. Mumbles, thank you so much for a sub. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That also gives you priority requests if you want to hear it or ask for a song. Here's my song list right here. I'm going to put it in chat. And if anyone wants to know how to get a priority request, you just have to do anything to support the channel. Right now, this is my primary job, which is amazing, and I'm so grateful. Thank you, guys. So anyone who helps support this in my dream to be a musician, I play a song for you. Foxy Grandpa. Oh, you. Thank you so much. Please let me know if I can play you something. Thank you. To get a priority request, that would mean you sub, gift a sub, donate, or give bits. I do a $5 bit minimum, but quite frankly, if you just ask me nicely, I'll probably play whatever you want. Well, off my list at least. And we're already well on our way, but if we hit our sub goal for the month, I'm going to do a real deal cosplay of Aerith. Because my bangs are growing out, and everyone tells me that they look like Aerith. So I was like, oh, I should just seize the day then. That's not Fast Car. This is Fast Car. Oh, and it has to go up one more. Yeah, I can do Time Scar. I'll do that for you. I have one more song after this one, and then I'll do that one for you. Cool. Will you sing with me? For Raven, I went to Berklee College of Music, and there I learned a lot about just general music and how it works together. each instrument I kind of treat the same way, where I'm like, okay, I just got to learn how to play scales and understand the keys and patterns and chords. And I just apply the same kind of method for all of them in a way. This one is for you for Forever Tan. Thank you so much for the I'm trying to remember. You gifted subs? I'm sorry, I forgot. Oh, I'm so bad. I'm sorry. A Rice Magician. Thank you for a sub as well. Thank you. I don't even know if I remember how to do that song, Optimus Lopez. That was a song I wrote when I was... God, that was like 10 years ago. I've been writing again, though. Let's see. Sub for 3 months. That was it. Sorry, I forgot. I feel rude. Fast vehicle. You've got a fast car, and I want a ticket to anywhere. Maybe we can make a deal. Maybe together we could get somewhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something, but me, myself, got nothing to prove. Hey, Andrew. You've got a fast car, and I got a plan to get us out of here. I've been working at the convenience store. Managed to save just a little bit of money. Won't have to drive too far. Just across the border and into the city. You and I can both get jobs and finally see what it means to be living. You see, my old man's got a problem. He lived with the bottle, that's the way it is. Said his body's too old for working. His body's too young to look like his. Mama went off and left him. She wanted more to life than he could give. But someone's gotta take care of him. So I left school, that's what I did. You've got a fast car. Is it fast enough or we can fly away? We gotta make a decision. Leave tonight or live or die this way. The last hot boy, it's an honor. Thank you. So I remember we were driving in your car. The speed so fast I felt like I was drunk. City lights laid out before us and your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. And I had a feeling that I belonged. I had a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone. You've got a fast car. We go cruise and entertain ourselves. Stanley got a job, and I work at the market as a checkout girl. I know things will get better. You'll find work and I'll get promoted, and we'll move out of the shelter, buy a bigger house and live in the suburbs. You've got a fast car. Is it fast enough? That's not right. So remember we were driving in your car. Speed so fast, felt like I was drunk. Damn it. City lights laid out before us, and your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. And I had a feeling that I belonged. I had a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone. Sorry. You've got a fast car, and I got a job that pays all our bills. You stay out drinking late at the bar, see more of your friends than you do your kids. I always hope for better, thought maybe together you and me would find it. I got no plans, I ain't going nowhere, so take your fast car and keep on driving. Say, Mom, we were driving in your car. The
Speed so fast, felt like I was drunk. City lights laid out before us, and your arm felt nice wrapped round its shoulder. And I had a feeling that I belonged. I had a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone. You've got a fast car. Is it fast enough where you can fly away? You gotta make a decision. Leave tonight or live and die this way.
Some might have said, I forgot the words. Others might say, artistic choice. Just saying. No one can know for sure. So, whatever. Hi, Jaro. What's up? For Bass, thank you so much for 400 bits. Thank you. If I could play you a song to say thank you for the bits, just let me know. I'll put the song request list right here in chat if you want to take a little peek at that. Oh, Lauren, that makes me happy. Well, I'm not happy you teared up. You know what I mean. Anyway, on our list, for anyone who's curious, we are going to do Paranoid Android, Time Scar, and Time in a Bottle is up next. I think I'm going to do Time Scar first, because it's a track that I play along to. And what I'm going to do is when I go to, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to switch the microphone over so I can play Paranoid Android. I need to do that on the loop pedal and not on Ableton. And yeah, when we come back, we'll just keep going. I'm feeling great, so I'm going to keep going. If that's okay with y'all. Native Crossings, thank you so much for 300 bits. Thank you. Oh, and I'm really sorry to hear that. Oh, I'm happy it made you feel closer to him, though. That's really special. I wish I remembered the words better then. Chemical Wings, I'm happy John brought you guys over too. I'm a big fan of John again. I think he's wonderful. No, honestly, for Sleepless Readings, I want to organize my streams so that I use both Ableton and the looper. So this is a perfect test for it. And I want to be braver about testing things live. It's easy to want to just do the things that I know are going to work, but my channel has been all about kind of watching my growth. When I started, I just used, I just played violin and that was it. And with your encouragement, I started singing and playing guitar and writing my own songs and doing a lot of different stuff. Jaro, I don't mean at the same time, just switching over. Yes, there's things that the looper, quite frankly, does better than Ableton, if I'm being honest. Lydia Brim, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. And that also gives you a priority request. I'll put it one more time in chat if you want to take a little look on the song list there. Stankfoot, thank you for the follow, and Z Money, and Zovani, and Justin, and DN CKS. I'm gonna take a quick little break here. In the meanwhile, I was gonna put on one of the videos that I put up on my YouTube channel. It will roll through here at some point, or if you just want to search Joe Cleary, you'll find it. He loved playing guitar too, so it's extra special. Me and my dad have a really special connection with the guitar, and my mom with the violin. Really, my whole family's has like a big passion for music, and everyone's played to some degree. But I definitely think of my guitar with my dad with the guitar, and my mom and my Nana with the violin because they played violin. I'd love to hear you do I Will Follow You in the Dark. Okay, I can do that after Time in a Bottle. And Lauren, you guys, there's so many new subs. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And for Sleepless Readings, I love this community that we have. I feel so lucky. Whenever I play games with you guys, I feel just super cozy and loved, and that I can tell you all my secrets and everything. And oh, we got to plan our movie night too in Discord. I'll probably do it next week after I finish recording in the studio this weekend. I think our movie for this month in Discord is going to be Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, which is one of my favorite movies, and it also inspired me to play the violin. And George Clooney's like really cute in it. Anyway, I'll be back after this video. Bye. Okay.
Forget the way you helped me. Won't forget the way you said the warmth of your love's like the warmth of the sun. And this will be our year. Took a long time to come. Don't let go of my hand. Now that darkness has gone. And this will be our year. Took a long time to come. And I won't forget the way you helped me up when I was down. And I won't forget the way you said, darling, I love you. You give me faith to go on. Now we're there, and we've only just begun. And this will be our year. Took a long time to come. The warmth of your smile, smile for me, little one. And this will be our year. Took a long time to come. You don't have to worry. All your worried days are gone. And this will be our year. Took a long time to come. And I won't forget the way you helped me up when I was down. And I won't forget the way you said, darling, I love you. You give me faith to go on. Now we're there, and we've only just begun. And this will be our year. Took a long time to come. Like the warmth of the sun. And this will be our year. Took a long time to come. Don't let go of my hand. Now that darkness has gone. And this will be our year. Took a long time to come. And I won't forget the way you helped me up when I was down. And I won't forget the way you said, darling, I love you. You give me faith to go on. Now we're there, and we've only just begun. This will be our year. Took a long time to come.
Then check this out.
Yes, burp. Well, it kind of threw me off seeing myself in that video, which is old, and then turning it to me now. It's pretty crazy. I also had a moment today where, you know how a lot of people on Instagram and stuff are doing that 10-year challenge? It made me be like, I wonder what pictures show up for me 10 years ago. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my God, I'm a little baby. 10 years ago was the time where I decided to pick up violin again. I played violin when I was younger and I quit because I had a really discouraging teacher and there wasn't any other string players in my school. So I only knew violin for going to the teacher that told me I was bad at it. So I quit and I was really sad. And then I went to Berkeley and as a vocalist, I got in and I saw the string program and was like, I can't even describe it to you. I felt this pain of like, oh my God, I wish I was them so bad. I wanted to play violin so badly when I saw the string department at Berkeley. So I went home and I got one of the violins at home because my mom and my Nana played, and my aunt and my sister and my cousin. It's like a lot of ladies on my mom's side of the family played. And I started practicing every single day. And 10 years ago was when I first started playing shows. And I saw these pictures. I might just like try and airdrop them so you can see it. Because it's crazy. I couldn't even recognize myself. I was so scared I couldn't even look up. All the pictures of me, I'm just looking down and I'm scared. But it made me just so sentimental. I was like, oh my gosh, baby Joe. Baby Joe came so far. She never gave up. So I'll try and airdrop those, I guess, at some point. They're on my Instagram if you're curious. Let's see. I am going to switch the cable. Oh, first, I was going to do Time Scar. So let's do that first from Chrono Cross. Yeah, I mean, it made me laugh when I saw it for Raisin. I was just like, yes, that's me. That makes sense. My bum. Yeah. Oh, cool. We got a good full list here. This is going to be nice. Times Skull from Chrono Cross. Let's do it. The warmth of your love's like the warmth of the sun. See Pete Mouse? I feel like I hit the incorrect note at the end there. That was my bad. My bad. Also, Laughs Hot Boy, now that I'm not in the middle of a song, thank you for the resub so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. And we are going to switch over to my looper now. I decided over break to try and see what happens if I switch it live. I'm sorry to use you as my guinea pigs, but I need to know what's going to happen when I unplug this. And I hope it doesn't hurt your ears. But that being said, I'm going to unplug something in 3, 2, 1. Wait. This one. Damn it. That's not right. This one. Wait. Which one is... Wait. One sec. Oh. This one. Okay. And then I just move this over here. I didn't hear any pop, so I think we're fine. Oh, did you hear something? Oh, no bad sounds. Okay, cool. Oh, that's so good to know. Okay, cool. That means I can switch from Ableton to the looper whenever I want with no severe consequences because I'm hooked up now. So that's good. Let's do Paranoid Android. Ooh. That makes me feel really excited. Oh, wrong one. That makes me feel super excited about just this stream in the future because if I can use both my looper as well as Ableton for different reasons, that means I can do a lot with looping. That's really exciting. Ooh. Oh, I'm really excited about that. That's great. Ooh. So you've heard me play on the looper all night, or on Ableton. So now we're going to go to the looper and I'm going to do one of my more ambitious loops, but one I am quite fond of, which is Paranoid Android by Radiohead. I hope you enjoy it. I'm excited. I think eventually, once I get more familiar with Ableton and I'm fully aware of its capabilities and what I want to accomplish with it, I'm gonna move on to the next level up of the boss looper at my feet as well. Yes, I heard the new one's really cool. Okay. I already pre-recorded the guitar track and I'm going to layer strings on top. I hope you enjoy. Yes, the RC600, yeah. I'm not sure yet. Again, I don't want to make a big purchase until I know what I need and what I want. I want to try and be responsible. It's hard sometimes, but yeah. I'm going to look into it. We'll see.
fashion makes you look pretty ugly. Kicking, squealing, Gucci little pig. Remember my name. Up with this head man, up with this head man. Why don't you remember my name? Well, I guess you
Oh man. Thank you so much, you guys. It made me feel really good going back to the looper. I do really like Ableton too, though. And I'm excited to continue developing my relationship with Ableton. But I'm not going to lie, you guys. Feeling like I can now go back and forth between Ableton and the looper, I feel a little unstoppable. I'm really excited. It's just fun seeing all the different possibilities I have at my hands and my feet with all these foot pedals and stuff. I'm really excited. Oh, this is really exciting. Yay. And I've been working on new loops. A lot of stuff I've been putting on the back burner, admittedly, because I needed to focus on learning Ableton. That required all of my energy because it's a really, really complicated program. The stupid things I had to do, you guys. Oh no, don't write it. No, cancel. Oh, shoot. I'm a PG channel. I don't swear. I'll fix that later. That's annoying. I'll fix that later. Oh, that's annoying. I'll fix it later. Anyway, I'm just excited to see all the possibilities. With that being said, looking at my list in front of me, is it okay if I do Lauren's song next? Because with Lauren's song, I would actually like to use the looper for this over Ableton. I will use Ableton for the next two loops. but I'd like to use the looper for this next one. So that means I'm going to do Flume. Then I will do Time in a Bottle. I will Follow You Into the Dark, an improv loop, Eunice theme, and then we'll probably get close to the ending. So I'll just do some like game stuff and pretty violin pieces, if that's okay with y'all. Thank you again so much for today. I am like absolutely beaming in my heart and my soul right now. Thank you. This is such a dream come true for me, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see. You're allowed to do whatever tickles your fancy. I thought, never mind. I was gonna make a joke that I realized didn't make sense as I was about to say it. So I'm just gonna move away from that and start recording guitar for the next loop. It's kind of interesting because both Paranoid Android and this next loop I'm about to do for you, I would say might be some of my more experimental loops. And this one I'm really happy with. It happened very naturally. Randomly one stream, I usually at least will like, determine that I'm gonna do a song for stream prior, even if I don't do the loop or plan it out. But midstream, I had this urge to do this song. This song was something that meant a lot to me, and it's hard for me to explain. Is listening to it at the time kind of hurt, but it felt good to kind of have this song to get out those hurt feelings, I guess. I remember I was 20 and I was living in Boston, and I felt really lost in school, and I didn't have many friends, and this was a song that helped me, I think, access those feelings. I don't even necessarily know what it's about, but there's something haunting about it, and I guess that's why I made the loop in the way that you're about to hear now. So let's get the guitar first, and then I'm going to start looping some strings. Turn this up, this down, and then we'll be good. Hi, Baron. It's good to see you. How are you? Oh, here we go.
shows. Now you know. Only love is on earth.
Thank you guys. Thank you for the new follows from T-Bone Sticks, Tacos and Puppies, Grace, and Dragon. SSJCap, thank you very much. It's hard for me to explain, but like, I feel like when it comes to like these songs, that one is the best at showing how that song made me feel when I listened to it. Because if you're not familiar with the song, it's, you know, there's a steady guitar strum going on, ambient vibrato or reverb, and some very subtle vocals, but that's like it. It's really barren, and my goal is to be able to perform all these songs how it makes me feel. So I feel like that's the one that really epitomizes it. Yes, for whatever reason, that's kind of the... Oh, I should leave this out. I just remember being in my apartment in Boston, and I felt like I was the worst musician at my school. I went to a music school, and I felt so lost. I had, you know, a student's apartment that I found in Boston where like the windows faced an alley, so there was no sunlight, and it was just like my one bedroom, and I would just sit on like my bed and listen to music and try to find whatever I needed to I guess make me feel like I had a purpose at that school. And oh my God, this album, when it came out, I would just listen to it and embrace the kind of lost feeling that I had and embrace the fear and all of it. And even though I knew it hurt while I did it, it was just like, it makes sense. I don't know. It's hard for me to explain. Oh no, for Mikal, don't get me wrong. I feel so grateful for the opportunities I've had, and I think I've been more lucky than most. To a point where I felt really guilty about it before. But just natural young person growing up feelings, you know? Consider the wildflower. Thank you for the follow. Your name's really beautiful. Let's see. So we are getting down to our last little bit for the evening here. Next up, I'm going to try to do Time in a Bottle as a loop on Ableton. Now that I've done 2 loops with my familiar, which is the loop pedal, I'm nervous going back to Ableton, but I think I can do it. I mean, I know I can do it. It's just, it might be a bit of a transition. So I need to switch cables real quick, and then we will continue on. So I turn this down, I unplug this. Oh, that was the wrong one. Sorry. I did the wrong cable. Oh, God. Okay, I'm sorry. I realized what I did to prevent that in the future. My bad. Ooh. How are you feeling? Okay. My bad. Okay. Everything is fine. Betrayal. Oh. Wasted. I'm not. I was referencing GTA. Oh, are you for Hunt Beer?
Then check this out.
Well, there you go, my beautiful friend. Okay, I'm gonna stop torturing everybody. Time in a bottle. Wasted. I better not be, because I'm about to do Ableton, which I barely know, so love that. Okay, Time in a Bottle is in 3/4. So that means I need to press the pedal if I'm going to try and switch tracks on the second measure. I think I can do that. For anyone who's been following my journey, at least since yesterday, this is my second day using Ableton as my looper, which has been really challenging, but I've been working so hard, and I feel like I finally figured out a way to do something that is not easy and a lot of people don't know how to do. But I think I can now record my strings back to back. It takes a lot of counting in my head, but I think I can do it. Let's do our best, shall we? Okay, turn these up. Turn this up. Sorry guys, I screwed up. I can fix it though. And it's already recorded, Jaro, so if you think it's fast, there's not too much I can do about it. But actually, it's pretty close to the original that he does, believe it or not. Just saying. Accident. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just sorry.
things you wanna do, I see right now. I've been around enough to know you're the one I wanna go through time with. If I had a box just full of wishes and dreams that had never come true, the box would be empty except for the memory of how they were answered by you. But there never seems to be enough time to do the things you wanna do, I see right now. Oh, I've been around enough to know you're the one I wanna go through time with.
Woo. Okay, I got there in the end. Not gonna lie, that first transition back to Ableton from just doing the looper was a bit of a little mind trip, but I did figure it out. The difference is on my looper. When I press the button, that's when it stops. And with Ableton, when I press the button, it means at the end of that measure, it stops. So here I have to press the button way earlier than I've been used to for the past year, and I have to really keep count. But I didn't give up, and I got back in the groove of it, so I'm relieved to see that. I was nervous about it for a little bit. Jim Croce was an amazing songwriter. There's something just so conversational about it that I really, really like. And again, today is, when it comes to the looping process going back and forth, today is my second day using Ableton, the program I just use now, and I'm not as smooth as I would like to be, but I know once I continue to use it more and more, I'm only going to get more comfortable. So thank you guys for being a supportive group for like whenever I do make a mistake or I have to wait for the loop to go around one more time. That's going to decrease dramatically the more I get used to it, but today's day 2, so I'm just a little still figuring it out, and it's been really good for me, but also admittedly kind of terrifying doing it in front of people, but I'm getting better. Jaro, thank you so much. When I started singing, did you see what I mean for Jaro? Because it does seem, when I played the guitar, I was like, with the metronome, I was like, oh my gosh, this is way too fast. But then when I sang on top of it, I was like, oh, it's actually kind of the conversational singing style that it seems like it should be at. I'd have no idea it was only day 2. Thank you so much for Sleepless Readings. My first day was yesterday on stream, and you guys, I had a massive cry after, because I just thought I blew it. I was like, I was struggling. Like, it wasn't horrible, but every loop took me way longer than I wanted. I had a complete breakdown, and I was like, oh my God, did I invest like $1,000 in this program that I'm not even able to use? You guys did do a good job. The mods did make me feel a lot better. They gave me the very direct temple rub. You were fine. Why are you doing this? Stop. And that's when I was like, oh, okay. My bad. Welcome for non-binary poggers. How are you? I think Ableton is fantastic, but I do think when it comes to like, what's the word for it when, intuitive. When it comes to it being intuitive, no, it is 1,000% not. And it's infuriating, like the opposite direction of that. It was maddening. for one of the settings I had to make happen on this program, I found out that what you need to do is go into the settings of the computer, hold tab down, and a mysterious new folder appears, and then you go in there, and then you have to make a text document and type in the instruction you want the program to do and leave it there. What? What? What is this? Why? Why are you making me do that? And that was one thing I had to do. There was 7 steps very similar to that made me break. I was just bawling my eyes out. Like, why? Why? How is this possible? But I wanted to try and push myself again, because I figured when I reached the other side, it would just make me a better musician. So I just kept trying, and this hasn't been an easy process for me, but for day 2 and having done today hours of loops on it, I'm really proud of myself. It was not easy. It's super sucked. Do I need? Yes, I do. Rachel, what's up? Are you talking about arming tracks to record? Oh, do you use Ableton as well for... Thank you, Rachel. But do you use Ableton as well? I did the auto arm thing. What's killing me is really... I think I figured it out, but I wanted to see if I could loop strings back to back. And that was... It's still very stressful. I think I found a way to do it, but it's not perfect. And I have to count my measures exactly in order to make it work. Oh my god. Yeah, the auto arm thing was complete nonsense. Once I'm on the other side, I know it's going to be worth it. I thought I fixed it so my metronome would only come in my headphones. And I found out live today it doesn't. So when I loop this guitar part, you're going to hear a metronome. But then I promise when it's looped, I'm going to turn it off. If you don't like the bing bing bong in your headphones, the tick tick tick, I promise it will go away. Also for Colt, welcome as well, Young Gun. We got violin extraordinaires and guitarists in chat right now with both Rachel. I think you can guess by their names who the violinist is. But Rachel's amazing. Her improv style is effortless and super impressive. And she has a really, really great repertoire of music if you want more violin. I hope if you hear you like violin. So if that's the case, you can continue your journey with her. And on the different musical side, if you love electric guitar, then Colt's your guy. He's awesome. He can play like anything. He's so talented. So check out Colt Young Gun as well. I will follow you in the dark. This is one of the loops I don't have a plan for prior. I kind of just feel it out as I go. I'm a little nervous feeling it out as I go with Ableton because it's not my intuitive program yet. But I want to push myself to take risks and become better. So let's go. Oh, Rachel, by the way, were you at I keep forgetting the name for it. Dang it. That convention this past weekend. I saw that like String Player Gamer was there and like Rob Kovacs. Yeah, were you at MagFest? I really wanted to, but I found out about it later than I like to be prepared than I would like to be. So, meh. Did you have fun? I want to go next year. I hope I can. What tempo should I do? Someday you die, but I'll be close behind. I'll follow you into the dark. All right, that's tapping out about 84, so we'll try that. Yeah, like I'm embarrassed to say I didn't know about it. I'm not big on conventions because I'm shy. But I love video game music, so it seems like it would be like a paradise for me. But maybe next year. Okay. Oh, new Ableton loop. I'm trying to decide if I want to do this in layers or not. Or if I should just do it on one track. I think I'm going to try this one in 2 layers. So what that means is in Ableton, you have like horizontal scenes, they'll call them, where you can have a bunch of things in a scene, press a button, they all go. So some people like to do like a verse as a scene and a chorus as a scene, a bridge as a scene, etc. Some of my loops, I like to do the whole thing on one scene and it just kind of flows together. I don't know what's best for this situation, but I'm just going to pick one and hope it works out. So I'm going to go the scene method and separate them. So let's record verse and then we'll do the chorus. Thank you again, you guys, for being patient with me as I'm learning this. 'Cause it's scary, I'm not gonna lie, it's really scary. Do I have a count in? 2 bars. All right, let me test my volume and then we'll go. That seems right. I know the metronome's annoying. It will go away once I finish the guitar. It will be fixed next week where you won't hear it, I promise. Sorry. Silence! Let me record the chorus. Next. It's very advanced. I didn't arm a track. Ah, sorry. Let's try that again.
that they both are satisfied. Illuminate the nose on the vacancy signs. There's no one beside you when you're so embarrassed. I'll follow you until you die. Heaven never said that they both are satisfied. Illuminate the nose on the vacancy signs. There's no one beside you when you're so embarrassed. I'll follow you until you die.
Do I want any other instruments?
Heaven never said that they both are satisfied. Illuminate the nose on the vacancy signs. There's no one beside you when you're so embarrassed. I'll follow you until you die. Heaven never said that they both are satisfied. Illuminate the nose on the vacancy signs. There's no one beside you when you're so embarrassed. I'll follow you until you die. Heaven never said that they both are satisfied. Illuminate the nose on the vacancy signs. There's no one beside you when you're so embarrassed. I'll follow you until you die. Love of mine, someday you would die, but I'll be close behind. I'll follow you into the dark. No blinding lights or tunnels or gates of white. Just our hands clasped so tight, waiting for a hint of a spark. Heaven never said that they both are satisfied. Illuminate the nose on the vacancy signs. If there's no one beside you and you're so embarrassed, I'll follow you into the dark. In Catholic school, as vicious as Roman rule, I had my knuckles bruised by a lady in black. I held my tongue as she told me, son, fear's the heart of love. So I never looked back. Heaven never said that they both are satisfied. Illuminate the nose on the vacancy signs. There's no one beside you when you're so embarrassed. I'll follow you until you die. to Belgrade, and the soles of our shoes have all worn down. Time for sleepers now, so there's nothing to cry about, 'cause we'll hold each other soon in the brightest of views. Heaven never said that they both are satisfied. Illuminate the notes on the vacancy signs. There's no one beside you when your soul embarks. I'll follow you till the dawn. Heaven never said that they both are satisfied. Illuminate the notes on the vacancy signs. If there's no one beside you when your soul embarks, I'll follow you into the dark. Heaven outside that they both
Stop. Thank you guys so much. I've never looped that on Ableton before, and that was actually really fun. I feel like I enjoyed doing that on Ableton more than I have my loop pedal, which is really exciting because it shows that, yeah, that, you know, that there's just more excitement to be had. I think what I'd like to do next, if it's okay, I'm going to do my best try at Chim Chimney. Then I'll do an improv loop. And then I will do... Oh, you know what? I should actually do... Let me do Yuna's theme first. This is a priority request for Weenie Man, and you gifted like 5 subs tonight. So I'm going to do this for you first, Weenie Man. Oh, I'm so excited, you guys. That was the first song on Ableton I've done where I'm like, ooh, actually, I like you better, Ableton. I'm learning how to loop live using this program instead of my looper, which has been really hard. It took me like over 2 months to figure it out. And then the other stuff I do, yes, I know we have some new people here right now. Hi, by the way. I do loops like the one you just heard, and I also listen to game music and I write out the sheet music. So this binder is only Final Fantasy music. I have another binder down here of a bunch of other games like Zelda and Chrono Cross and Kingdom Hearts and a bunch of stuff. And I have over 9 hours of music now. So no matter when you come back, I might have something new for you if you want to give a follow. No pressure. But first, we are going to do Yuna's theme for you, Weenie Man. Thank you so much for gifting subs today. I really appreciate it. And if anyone here wants to know how to get a priority request, I'm a pretty simple gal. You just got to do anything to support the channel and help this remain my primary focus. So that would be subbing, gifting a sub, donations or bits. For this particular version of Yuna's theme, I'm going to play along to a version done by an amazing arranger, musician, TPR. I've been listening to his stuff for a long time, and I emailed him. I found a contact, and I was like, would you mind if I played your stuff on my Twitch and play over it? And he was so nice. I honestly kind of fangirled a little when he responded. So this is a rendition done by the incredible 3 letters, TPR. If you like what you hear, please check him out. He was super nice, please. I could hear myself inhale as I was holding my breath whenever I went to those high notes. I was just like, I hope I get these. Thank you everybody so much. I feel so lucky to get to play my favorite songs and that people support me for doing it. I really appreciate it. I would like to try to do next. I want to do Merry-Go-Round of Life. And then, oh, do I know Kishibashi? Actually, for Boost Fine, I have something to show you. It's in my shame closet, so I'm going to get that real quick. I saw Kishibashi perform in Nashville. At this point, I think it was like 4 years ago. And I was so excited. I got to get a poster, and I got him to sign it. But it's such a cool poster, too. It's a constellation made out of the states that he played in. So I got to get it framed. Yeah, isn't it cool? I love it. And I got to take a picture with him. I was so excited. Very nerdy of me. I was just like, definitely probably someone that like made him mad uncomfortable. For Boost, is there an I in there? Yeah, there is. Okay, Boostifine or Boostifine, maybe Boostifine. I can't play a cover today, but maybe at some point in the future. I don't know if I could do what he does. He's like so virtuosic with his playing and also gutsy and just bold, but I can look into it. Who knows? Maybe. Thank you guys again so much. I am just like elated right now, and I would like to do for you Merry-Go-Round of Life. This is from Howl's Moving Castle, and this particular version I play along with is done by an amazing pianist. His YouTube channel is called Paradise, except instead of an I, put a number 1. So if you like what you hear, please check them out. They're very talented. Okay, let's do it. Andy, stop it now. You stop it. I only read half of it and I felt water behind my eyeballs. You stop. Andy, thank you. I remember when I first started streaming, I was like so shocked when I'd see you come in my chat every once in a while. I'd be like, oh my god, it's Andy. I thought you were like so in charge of everything of Twitch. I was just like, oh my gosh, I feel so lucky. And I still do, Andy. Thank you so much for always being really welcoming to me, like when I first started and as I've grown in here, and I just really appreciate you. I was so shy at first, oh my god. I still am, honestly, but I've learned a lot, and a lot of it was because I had other amazing streamers and big shots like you helping me just learn to relax and enjoy the community that is Twitch. So thank you. If any of you guys aren't following Andy the Frenchie, then wake up. Get your butt over there and follow her. She is charming and funny and talented and beautiful and spectacular. I love Andy. Rose, what is up? Thank you so much for a resub for 22 months. One of my longest running subs and OG mods. Wait, Butley Poopington? Oh my god, I love Butley Poopington. Oh my gosh, I have so many feelings. Oh. Hello, Butley, my darling. My angel, sweet Butley Poopington. How are you? And Wizard of Waz, thank you so much for 6 months. And you asked for Vampire Killer for Castlevania, and I will absolutely play that for you. If it's okay, I want to do one more Joe pick before I do that. And I really want to do, since I was on a Studio Ghibli kick, I would like to do One Summer's Day for you guys, and then I will do Castlevania for you for sure. But I just really want to play One Summer's Day. It's so beautiful and relaxing, and I love it. This is a performance by Joe Hisashi himself. Thank you, John. god, thank you. Oh, that felt really good. I love that song. Thank you guys so much. Also, I'm seeing a lot of beautiful classical pieces requested in chat, but I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't know a lot of classical music. I do know some of it, but when I started playing violin, I didn't get to learn in classical settings. I learned in rock bands, in folk groups, and country, and metal. And I have done some like classical stuff, don't get me wrong. And I have some classical on my list, but if you're looking for classical repertoire, I can point you in amazing directions of other amazing classical musicians here on Twitch. But I feel like I should probably just be transparent now and say I'm probably not your girl. But I do some classical, but if you want to see the song list, I did put it in chat for anyone who's new. Thank you so much for Papa Ernie for gifting a sub, Wizard of Waz for the, that's an awesome name, for the bits. Somni Mani, thank you for 100 bits. Paul for 300 bits. Jaro for 5 gifted subs. And Slum Dank for $85. Thank you so much. And you finished my weekly goal. Thank you so much. This weekly goal is what keeps me just able to live as a person with groceries and bills and gas and everything. So thank you so much, you guys. Thank you. For Slim Dank, if there's something I can play for you, please let me know. I would love to play you something. And for all of these new follows, everybody, thank you so much. I've been a very lucky girl and put in the carousel, and I'm so grateful to get this chance from Twitch. And if any of y'all like what you hear, I hope you consider giving a follow and coming back. I add new songs every week, new loops. I'm learning a new loop program, Ableton, as well as using my pedal to have a lot of different varieties of loops, and I work my butt off. So I would love to get a chance to play for you again if you will consider me. Thank you. For Wizard of Oz, for your bits, you asked for some Castlevania, and I can play Castlevania for you. I'm gonna do, here it is, Vampire Killer. Drucifer. Hello, that is an amazing name. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. And subbing gives you a priority request. If there's something you want to hear, just let me know, and I would love to play it for you. I feel like I should probably talk about my schedule this week. I usually have a stream on Friday, and I'm not going to be able to do that this week because I'm going to Memphis to record with my band Tails, and we're going to record a brand new EP, which is super exciting. So my last stream of the week is going to be on Thursday. I typically start at 3, but I'm going to have to start earlier, probably around 11, maybe even 10:30, because I will be hopping in a car and driving to Memphis and then going straight in the studio and starting to record. So I don't mind going longer today because I'm having fun, and this is my second last stream of the week. So anyway, here's Castlevania. Johnny, thank you so much for a $10 donation, and also Darth for 100 bits. Thank you very much. Thank you. And for Johnny, please let me know if I could play you something. And let's get going. And Rose, I did play Fast Car today. Is there something else I can play for you? I don't want to do a double. Yes, I did it like an hour ago. I know you, and I did do Vienna too. But I could do like Dancing in the Dark maybe. I know you like that one. Or something else. Oh my gosh, thank you guys so much. My goodness golly. Thank you, Hubrism, for the sub. I really appreciate you. And that does give you a priority request if there's something you'd like to hear. Thank you guys so much. And I'm so happy to see that people who might be finding me out from the front page are happy about it. I keep doing this because I'm like self-conscious. Stand up straight, girl. Thank you so much for giving me a chance. Wizard of Oz, thank you for asking for it. That was really fun for me. Daniel, I love you so much. I think what I want to do next is to keep experimenting. I just started to learn Ableton. I've been using a loop pedal for the past like year and a half, and I learned how to loop, and I love looping. But I wanted to try to use Ableton because I heard amazing things about it and that it would potentially give me more options. This is my second day using it, so it's not perfectly clean yet, and I feel kind of crazy for trying something new with this many people here, but I want to push myself. I also did that pretty recently, Rose. I'm sorry. I've been almost going for 6 hours, so a lot of songs have been going. Like, based off the ones that I know you like, I feel like Dancing in the Dark might be probably the one that's left. Drewskis, thank you so much for a gifted sub. Thank you. Let's see. I kind of want to do... I'm trying to remember what I put it. I kind of want to try to do... I did a loop rendition from a song from Kiki's Delivery Service. And I think it's really fun and really pretty how it came together. It's pretty challenging, but I actually think that the Ableton might make this a little easier for me. Let's see. I think I can probably do Stop This Train. I'd have to switch over to my other looper, which isn't like super ideal. But I can do it. I still gotta figure out. I feel like that loop's gonna be better on Ableton, but I don't know if I can do the guitar off the top of my head. Okay, I kind of need a moment to get my thoughts together, if that's okay, y'all. And I actually need a quick break if I can just use the restroom real quick. But when I come back, I'd like to try and do A Town with an Ocean View for you. But again, I really appreciate everybody and the opportunity. I'd like to take a moment to show you guys my silly band. I usually show you YouTube videos that I put up on here. I take all the loops I've been working on. I've been putting them on YouTube. But I also play for a couple bands in Nashville, and one of which is my amazing, lovely best friends who are also quirky, weirdo, creative, super people, and I love them so much. We're in a theatrical rock band called Fable Cry, and I'd like to show you our band. And here's the music video we made called Phony. I hope you like it.
What?
Well, all your life you've been a footstool. Yes, you have. Just admit it. You never won. But there was always just a snagging little voice in your head, and it said, don't listen to them. Well, maybe truth is they were wrong, and you were wrong, and everyone was wrong. And the third, less loud but half as lousy little voice was the real one all along. I won't say you did, I won't say you didn't, but between us both I probably did the same damn thing, the same enough kind of way, and the price I had to pay was great. I was a fool once too, just like you. Well, I did not know where my soul will go. If it's up to me, I will go where the fires glow, and you can come with me.
Oh, poor thing, you must think that she'll never get herself off the ground. Well, I dig up back from the grave, mud on my face, and tell me who could wear it as well. In my case was a glitz game and cheap champagne. Blame the man with the diamond eyes, well, not me. Pay your respects,
you're gonna get, and you can tell me when you're ready to play. I was a fool once too, just like you, and I need not know where my soul will go. If it's up to me, I will go where the fires glow, and you can come with me. I see the point that you're making, and I'm not saying you're faking. Only exaggerating. I'll give you this, you sound jaded, and I could be persuaded to let you help me bring an end to this guy. We'll make a big dumb ring out of his big dumb diamond eye, and guess what? When I walked with his head and I've danced on his grave, I get the fame. You get his cane. Well, not his cane, his scarf or shoelaces or something.
No, 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 the last thing I need is another freak who can't seem to choose between which side he'll be. I've been there, and I've done it. I've been in a center with a handsome devils with ghouls running the streets. So I grant permission.
Under my condition.
I'm the one that makes him bleed.
You're a liar.
You're a liar.
I've said repeatedly. You're a phony.
You're a phony.
That's all you'll ever be. Well, I don't need you.
I don't need
I'm as bad as you need me. I was a fool once too, just like you. Well, I may not know where my soul will go. If it's up to me, I will go where the fires glow, and you can come with me.
Then check this out.
Hello. I've returned from my break. Did you like seeing me as a puppet? We are called Fable Cry. And they're my best friends in the world. I sing lead on a couple songs that I've written for the band, and I love them so much. We have a ton of music videos on YouTube, couple albums out. Our latest one, Fool Me Once, is a concept album. It's like 21 tracks with radio interludes explaining the entire plot, and it's our pride and joy. And we've already written a bunch of new stuff for the next album that we're working on now. So yeah, they're my best friends. For late nights, I am just starting to really love Ableton. Love Ableton. It hasn't been an easy learning process, I will say. I've been starting to study it and learn it over the past now almost 3 months, and it's been really hard. But super worth it. I hope you don't judge me too hard. This is my second day trying it live, so there's a lot of things I'm going to fix by next week. I thought I figured out how to make the metronome only go in my headphones, but alas. So you're going to hear it when I record the guitar, unfortunately, but then I'll turn it off, and I should have it fixed by next week. I did the cue out to a different channel and everything, but it still is being heard, so I need to figure that out. But I've spent countless hours trying to figure out how to do it. And I've gotten this far, so I know I can do it. But I'm going to get going. I'm going to try and do a loop from scratch for you right now. There's a song from Kiki's Delivery Service that I absolutely fell in love with, and I decided to make an arrangement of it. So I've never tried to do it on this program, It's very different from my looper, but I'm determined and I'm going to push myself and see if I can do it. So we're going to start with guitar. Excuse me. And again, this metronome you're about to hear, the beep, boop, beep, beep, is going to turn off right when I finish the guitar, which will at most take like 45 seconds. So let's tap my tempo. I feel like it should be bum, bum, dun, 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 ba, 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 da, dun, 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 dun. Ba, ba, da, 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 da. Okay, we're roughly around 106, so that will be our tempo. I'm setting this quantized to, I feel like for now I'll just do 1 bar. I'm going to switch that to 2 bars in a moment. My count in is 2 bars. Turn this up. Schmoop. Okay, testing volume real quick. Okay, that will work. And let's start tracking. I'm going to start with guitar, and then I'm going to slowly add the things as we go. Okay, here we go. My bad, my bad. Sorry, it's gonna be awkward for like a second. My cat screaming is in the loop. Should I leave it or not is the question. What do you guys think? Leave it? You're so right, chat. Baloo, you're on the internet. Okay, let's do this last guitar thing so we can move on. Cool. Okay, here we go. Oh, I lied. I'm not ready. Stop all clips. Turn this back up. Here we go. I need to look up something. Shoot. I forgot how to play an F sharp diminished. Yes. I know it's something like that. Oh, stacked on. Got it. Okay, we can fix that. Here we go.
so sorry, you guys. I screwed it up. I gotta do it again. Then we'll be ready, I promise. Okay, we're good. Damn it. Sorry. Okay, good. I keep messing up my cueing. I'm sorry, you guys. I got it. Thank you, Dan and Rob, for the sub. Thank you very much.
rough start, but I'm actually getting close to where I want to go now. So, I still got some strings to lay down. I hope you guys are enjoying it. This will go much faster in the future, I promise. I'm just using this program for the second time ever, so it's kind of hard. I can do it though.
know I'm taking a long time. This is my second day using the program. I promise I'll get it. This one's ambitious, I'll admit, but I'm determined. I haven't quite gotten it yet. I just gotta get this accordion on the last part.
I know that took me like forever. It was admittedly a very ambitious loop, but I just wanted to know what it would sound like on Ableton with all of the mixing possibilities of it. And I love it so much. It's so cool. I love it. Especially this part. I'm so excited because with Ableton, I'm going to be able to record my YouTube videos so much faster. So all the videos you guys will hear on here, eventually they're going to be up on this channel. So far I have like 5 loops up on there. Hedges Corner, thank you. Like, it's been a huge improvement from yesterday, and I'm so excited to see the possibilities, and I'm ready to just attack my YouTube channel and put a ton of stuff on it in this next year. If it's okay with you guys, I think I'm just gonna do my string quartet arrangements that I've done and probably get close to calling it. I know I keep saying that, but I did get a message saying that my lesson tomorrow was canceled that I was supposed to teach. So now I'm like, oh, interesting. I am really excited to try and do one of these quartet arrangements. The one thing about them I will say prior to starting is I think the strategy I would like to go to with making them is to have a brief pause and then have me come in again. I know it's not the most ideal, but until I understand more about the program, I think it's just going to be the best way to go. But I think that the mixing that we're about to hear on these is going to be way better. So I just need to know what it sounds like. So I can already, I already know that this is going to be not the smoothest performance, but I think it could be really pretty once I get the mixing and everything. So I want to give it a go. I know for Harmony Studios, I can't help myself. I used to feel really embarrassed about it, but I just like playing, like when people would be like, you're playing for too long, but I just really love playing music. And especially now that I'm messing with Ableton, I feel like I keep having new ideas, so I want to just go for it now that the idea is fresh. You know what I mean? Because almost every loop you've heard tonight I've been doing on Ableton, at least for the first time. I've tried basically all of them on a pedal before, which has been really successful, and I've learned a lot from that. But I'm having so much fun right now just messing around with a new program and seeing the possibilities of it. But I'll stop soon, I promise. Just don't make me yet. I'm having too much fun. Once again, you are going to hear the metronome just when I am recording the guitar. I do apologize for that. I know it's not like the best thing. Let's see. Alright, I'm tapping out 95 as my metronome. Let's record guitar. Well, that's good to hear then for Raisin. I do try my hardest on this channel to make sure, especially now that I've been streaming more than 2 years, I don't want to settle for myself when it comes to like, I don't know, just like doing the same thing that makes me, that like I know works. I want to try and just keep pushing myself and trying to make myself a better musician and do bigger and better things. So I've been so inspired and motivated with Twitch to just see how far I can push that. Let's see. I'll do like my last 3 then. I know, I got carried away. I'm sorry. Miss Creighton, by the way, thank you so much for a resub. And for Dree Thanos, thank you so much for the sub. I'll do like 3 more songs and then I'll call it. I know I pushed it for time. Okay, you're gonna hear the metronome just for this first bit. I hope you don't mind too much. That's too slow. Okay. That should be good. I gotta set my quantize to 1 bar, and I have 1 bar prior. Thank you, Slum Dank. Thank you for a sub. Thank you. Okay. Let's do it. I'm gonna wind it back for a second. I made a silly mistake. I have to switch this to channel 1 instead of 2 as an output. Okay. I'm gonna fix it, I promise. Thank you so much for Gauntlet Wizard for 5 gifted subs, and Reaped Moonlight, thank you so much, thank you. Okay, I delete that, and I'm just going to turn this back up, that down, and then oh, dang it. I should probably be responsible and stop. I want to keep going, but I feel like I should probably call it for the evening, y'all. I'm gonna be live again on Thursday for anyone who wants to come by and hang out. I have so much more music I haven't even touched tonight, and I would just love to play for you more. I guess I gotta be looking at who we should be rating. Am I seeing correctly that Andrew's on right now? Is he on an electric set? If he's on the electric, I will totally raid Mr. Andrew. Sorry, I'm just spying. Oh, Andrew's on the E-Kit. Yay! Let's raid Andrew. Andrew's the drummer of my band Fable Cry, and he's one of my best friends. I love Andrew. But selfishly, I want to play through this piece one more time on the main line. So I'm gonna do that one more time, and then we'll raid Andrew. Yes, we are waiting. Thank you guys so much. I know I went super long today. I just got so excited when I was doing an okay job with Ableton. Yes, yesterday was really hard for me with it. But anyway, if you guys like music, then I think you should stick around for this amazing guy that we're about to raid. He's one of my best friends, and he's an amazing drummer. So we're gonna raid Andrew, and I'm gonna be live again on Thursday at 11. I might even go at 10:30, we'll see. Sleepless Readings, thank you so much for a $5 donation, thank you. And for all the follows tonight and all the support, I absolutely adore you all so much. And thank you for the opportunity to do this. I hope I see you again. Say something nice to yourself before you go to bed, please. And I'll see you whenever you want a song. I love you guys. Bye.